Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. July 5th, Empire Dragway. We got a full card of racing action here for you today. It is, pull out the old sundial, 1 minute to 10 o'clock. And we are going to be racing in just a few short minutes. The minute I get a word, I'll pass it on to you. If you can't hear anything going through the loudspeakers, you can always tune in to 106.3. That is Empire FM 106.3 for all of the round calls and all of the racing action. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are in pit spot 10 and you purchased a drum of fuel, we need you to come to the fuel building and let us know what row that was in. If you purchased a drum of fuel and you are waiting for it to be delivered to your trailer, you're going to be waiting a little while because we don't know what row you were in. So please report to the fuel building. Please report to the fuel building. And ladies and gentlemen, it is 10:30. I think it's 2 minutes after 10:30. We got a run order. That's right. Extreme Limited 550, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster 650, box and no box. We'll be calling you guys down to your respected lanes as those round calls go out. If you can't hear any of the round calls or just want to listen to all the racing action, you can tune into 106.3 FM. That is the track radio station here at the beautiful Empire Dragway. And new to this year, we are live streaming. That's right. If you want to not just hear it, but you want to see it, or you want your friends and family to be hanging out and seeing it too, have them go onto YouTube, go onto the track Facebook page. There is a link there that will send you to the YouTube site. Subscribe, follow, click the like button, and we will be putting all of the racing action for the next couple weeks on YouTube. Got a couple cool races coming up this month. It's a busy month here at Empire Dragway. Nitromethane, that's right. Midsummer Mayhem going to be making its way back to Empire Dragway. 2 Top Fuel Dragsters, 2 Top Fuel Funny Cars, 6 Alcohol Funny Cars, Supercharged Bracketeers, and, of course, the WDRA points racing on top of all of that. That's right. Midsummer Mayhem going to welcome Can-Am Stock Super Stock this year to our circus. That's right. Midsummer Mayhem coming up in just a few weeks. Next weekend is going to be the 20K race. That's right. The big old 20K shot. Going to try and put some money back in the till that we spend all year long here racing at Empire Dragway. And we have our Pro Mod Shootout coming up as well. That's right. It's the first week of July, 3 weeks to go, and all 3 weeks are something more than nothing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Empire Outlaws, you guys are on standby. Empire Outlaws, you guys are on standby. We will be calling you down to the staging lanes momentarily. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's the first time trial call for Extreme Limited and 550 to the lanes. Extreme Limited and 550. Come on down to lanes. Extreme, we're going to put you in 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Limited, you guys are going to be right next to them in 9 and 10 and 550. Come over to the tower side in lanes 4 and 5. Again, Extreme, Extreme, Extreme. How about 11 and 12? We want to see Limited in 9 and 10 and 550 to the tower side in lanes 4 and 5. And Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, you guys are going to be on a standby. The minute we got room for you, we will be calling you down. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, you guys are going to be on standby. Pat Budd and Wayne Turner out there making sure the track is absolutely perfect as we get ready to go into round number 1 of time trials here at Empire Dragway. I want to say, I'll do a count real fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 classes of racing on the property. We have an 11 o'clock start time, and we are right on track to hit that number on the head. Pat Budd going to be putting the tractor away, dragging, spraying, and making it pretty. As we need Extreme Outlaw. Extreme Outlaw, come on out of the staging lanes. We want to see you in 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Extreme Outlaw, come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot car side. Limited, come on down to 9 and 10 and 550. 550, how about you guys stuff them in 4 and 5 on the tower side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme Outlaw. Extreme Outlaw. We want you in 11 and 12. We want to see you in staging lanes 11 and 12. Limited. Limited. Come on down to 9 and 10 and 550. We want to see you in 4 and 5 on the tower side. If you can't hear any of the round calls or you want to listen to more of the racing action, 106.3, that is Empire's track radio station. We also have a live feed, and I know somebody that's not going to be watching it. One of our greatest fans, Jeffrey, he is hanging out on the patio getting ready for a great day of Empire Outlaws here at Empire Dragway. The first weekend of our chaotic month of July. Next week, we got the 20K shootout Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days of racing, $20,000 going to be won that weekend. And then after that, we are going to be doing the Pro Mod Power Fest. That is right. We got Quick 32, Pro Bike and Sled, 550, box, no box, and of course, the ground pounding, earth shaking Pro Mods coming to battle it out for the big purse and the big check. And of course, bragging rights here at Empire Dragway. And then to finish off the great month of July, how about nitromethane? That is right. Top Fuel Dragster, Top Fuel Funny Car, 6 alcohol funny cars. We got Can-Am stock, super stock, and WDRA points, all rolling out for Midsummer Mayhem. Camping is free with the cost of admission, so bring your friends, bring your family. If they don't know what drag racing is, that weekend is going to be the best weekend to introduce them to the things that go on here at Empire Dragway. The 25th, the 26th, and the 27th of July is Midsummer Mayhem. It is our 3rd year, I want to say, maybe 4th year doing Midsummer Mayhem. It's going to be the closest you are going to get to seeing nitromethane burning Top Fuel cars on the property. Extreme Outlaws, Limited Outlaws, and 550. Come on down to the staging lanes. Extreme Outlaws, Limited Outlaws, and 550. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw. If you guys are not in the lanes, you are late. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw. If you guys are not in the lanes, you are late. Extreme to 11 and 12, Limited to 9 and 10, and 550. 550. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5 on the tower side. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to Empire Dragway, July 5th. We got a couple ground rules to cover. I'm pretty sure you've heard them before, but I like saying them, so I'm going to say them again. There are absolutely no glass containers to be on the property. If you got a drink and you got a glass container, put it in a cup, leave it in your car. We do not want to see shards of glass on the property. These tires are expensive, and nobody wants to pay for another set of them because somebody was being dumb with a beverage. No glass containers on the property. If you are under the age of 16 and do not possess a New York State or other state driver's license, please get off of the motorized vehicle you are driving and walk to wherever you need to go. That's right, absolutely none whatsoever, and no exceptions are you to be driving a pit vehicle on the property if you are under the age of 16 and do not possess a valid driver's license. And just a little bit of upkeep here. We had a electronical problem last night, and we want to just give you guys a heads up out there that the left scoreboard is down for the day. I'll be telling you all the information you need to know, but don't get yourself stirred up in a commotion because you don't see your dial-in on the left board or no information on that scoreboard today. So we will have that all figured out. The timing equipment does work. The things that are important are good to go, but keep those house rules in mind as we continue on here at Empire Dragway. 7 classes on the property: Extreme, Limited, 550, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, 650, Box, No Box, and Street. All going to be duking it out to find out who is the baddest on the property. Going to get the money and the bragging rights and keep on rolling as our season continues. And the first set of Extreme Outlaw rolling into the water box. Absolutely gorgeous blown Camaro rolling out past the 60-foot cone. Mo Al-Faki, the Copper Camel, pulling out alongside him. Chevy versus Mustang. The first time run. Going to try and get some data. These guys do run note times, so I won't be able to tell you what they do, but I will tell you how fast they go and who got the advantage off the stripe. Mike Bartolotta. Big cubic inch, big blower. Mo Al-Faqih. I do believe he has got the Pro Charger set up on the Copper Camel. Both drivers at the tree. Staging beams are coming on. Power down. Mo Al-Faqih doesn't set the tires down until the 330 as he gets down 660 first. Mo Al-Faqih, I can't tell you what it did, but I can tell you it almost touched the 200-mile-an-hour mark in 660 feet. Mike Bartolotta not far behind, a little bit late on the tree, but as the day goes on, that is going to be a tight race. Jim Bersani, Pro Stock style burnout in the Ford Mustang in the Land Pro left lane. And Blue Ganal over in the Insinger right lane, the Chevy Malibu. Gonna wait to see if I see some fog come out of the cars to tell you which one's rolling nitrous. But the word in the tower is we got 2 forced induction power plants in the Land Pro left lane. Twin Turbskis. Bersani's ready. Ganal bumps it in. Both drivers going to make up ground at the top end of the track, but the first 60 feet didn't look too pretty. As both drivers are going to have a lot of work to do to get those cars straightened out if they want to touch Mo Al-Faqih. And we are going to roll right into Limited Outlaws. The second class of the Empire Outlaw Group. 550 should be in the lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman. You guys are on standby. You guys are on standby. Top dragster, we're going to put you in 8 and 9. Top sportsman in 6 and 7. But right now, you guys are on standby. And the first 2 cars in Limited Outlaw going into the water box right now. Mike Smith and that absolutely gorgeous Chevy 2 going up against the Dodge Dart Swinger of driver unknown. Mike Smith, Lampro, left lane. Driver unknown, the Insinger, right lane. Absolutely gorgeous Dodge Dart over there in the far side. Limited Outlaw, also a no-time class, as both drivers take off and get down track. They got the 60-foot data, and they are going to make some adjustments before they come back for their second round of qualifying. And it looks like we're going to have to go down track and collect the Dodge Dart of driver unknown. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Dragster. We want to see you in lanes 8 and 9 for your first round of qualifying. Top Dragster. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9 for your first round of qualifying. Top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. And it looks like they got that Mopar monster off the top end of the track. Once we get the A-OK, they're going to fire the boys back up, and we are going to roll back into the second pair of limited Outlaws here at Empire Dragway. 2 classes of the 7 here on the property. Top Dragster, you guys should be coming down to the lanes. We want to see you in lanes 8 and 9. 550. 550. If you aren't in the lanes, you are late. We want you tower side lanes 4 and 5. 550. Come on down to the tower side lanes 4 and 5. If you can't hear any of the round calls, or you just want to listen to all of the racing action, you can tune in to 106.3. That's Empire FM, our track radio station here at Empire Dragway. And thanks to the new addition to our crew, we have a live stream. That's right. You can watch this all day long in the comfort of your own home. That's right. You wouldn't normally invite me into your home, but I get to be there now, in your basement, in your garage, maybe even in your living room. Here from Empire Dragway, all the racing action for the weekends to continue. We got $20,000 we're giving away next weekend. We got Quick 32, Pro Bike and Sled 550, Box No Box, and the Pro Mod Power Fest the weekend after that. And then the weekend you aren't going to want to forget. That's going to be July 25th, 26th, and 27th. We got Nitromethane. That's right, Midsummer Mayhem. Top Fuel Funny Cars, Top Fuel Dragsters, Top Alcohol Funny Cars. We got Can-Am Stock, Super Stock, and the PDRA or WDRA points program that we run every weekend. Joe Zito, one of the fastest Mustangs on the property. He's pulling up in the Land Pro left lane. Now, when he takes off, you're going to see the feathers fly out of that thing because that thing absolutely flies. Ian Hill, he's over on the right side of him in the Insinger right lane. He is in the Chevy Camaro. Joe Zito, patiently waiting in the Land Pro left lane. Ian Hill, trying to get some of that smoke out of the cockpit of the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. First round of qualifying action for the Limited Outlaw group. No times, just personal data for the drivers as they try and get down the 660 feet here at Empire Dragway. Zito's in. Hill's flickering the ball, and away they go. Zito got the light. Ian Hill's door looked a little open. As they get down track, the chutes come out. And I can tell you right now that Joe Zito, he is trying to spin the earth the other way. Anthony Dihursa and Mike. We're going to botch this one. Perea. Mustang versus Camaro. The Fox body got out of the hole. The Camaro is wisping some smoke. And I do believe the crew is going to take a walk down track to make sure everything is okay in the Insinger right lane. 550, 550. You guys should be in the lanes 4 and 5. Top Dragster. Top Dragster, we want to see you in 8 and 9. And Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, here is your first time trial round call. Come on down to lanes 6 and 7. Top Dragster to 8 and 9. Top Sportsman, come on down to lanes 6 and 7. 550, if you're not there now, you are late. We want to see you tower side lanes 4 and 5. Pat Bud taking a four-wheeler down there, giving us the A-OK. Nothing coming out of that Corvette in the Insinger right lane as it was wisping the smoke all the way down track. Got a little heavier from the 330. I'm going to assume that it was a suspension adjustment. Maybe the rear tires started to rub. I know that a lot of these guys like to tuck the tails of those cars to try and get a slipstream out of them. Not that the Corvette is, aerodynamically challenged, but the less drag, the faster you go. And the faster you go, the more you're going to win, especially in Limited Outlaw. And the final car going to make a test pass here for Limited Outlaw. Chris Kubiati rolling into the water box as we speak. 550, 550. Get in, buckle up, put the brain buckets on, and get ready to do your first pass. 550. Top dragster, come on down the lanes. 8 and 9, top sportsman. Top sportsman, come on down the lanes. 6 and 7. Chris Kubiati spooling up the boost. Rolling in, the tree drops, and Chris Kubiati trying to set a track record as that catfish goes A to B without a problem. Chris Kubiati definitely can tighten the screws up on that thing, but has it pretty well figured out going A to B. And 550 going to be rolling out into the water box. This is the class kind of like Super Pro or Super Rod, where you get to basically tune the car to the dial, not change the dial for the car. The whole idea in the class is to run 550. The closer you get to 550, the better you're going to be. It is a pro tree, which means all the bulbs come on at once. You let go of the button, and away she goes. Whoever gets down to the finish line first without going faster than 550 is going to turn on the win light, and they are going to come back for the next round of competition. They get 2 qualifying runs or time trials, trying to make sure everything's A-OK, and then we start the battle. Shootout style, no buybacks, no re-entries, as we try and figure out who is the baddest in the 550 category. Top sportsman, come on down to the lanes. We want to see you in 6 and 7, 650, 650. We want to see you in 11 and 12 on the hot car side. 650, 650. Come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot car side for your first round of time trials. Tamara Gray, the Voodoo Vixen, the 69 Camaro over in the Insinger right lane. Kyle Bernhardt, he is in the Land Pro left lane. .35 to a 16 as Kyle Bernhardt was closer to the perfect light as he goes 7th out under the 550 dial-in. Tom Kammerdiener and Jason Benzik. Jason, Mr. 550 himself. In the Insinger right lane. Kammerdiener in the Land Pro left lane. 4th thou away from a perfect light. As Kammerdiener was 42 behind him. As he goes 1.5 over the 550 number. A 551 with a 4 on the first time trial run. Joey Rolfe and Jared Wick. Rolfe, Land Pro left lane. Wick, the Insinger right lane. Mazda picks him up and puts him back down 34th thou away from perfect. Joey not far behind as he was 91 on the tree. 5:59 though was the quick time of the two, trying to run that 5:50 dial. Pete Kerpier and Sima El Faki. Kerpier, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Sima, the Mustang in the right lane. .57 to 158. Pete's got the light, and he's got the dialing. 5:49 with a 1. Just has to turn the screws out just a little bit to get that thing to run the dead-on number in the 550 category. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be in the lanes. Top dragster, 8 and 9. Top sportsman, 6 and 7. Top dragster in 8 and 9. Top sportsman, 6 and 7. And 650. 650. If you're out there and you're hearing me, you should be coming on down to the lanes. We want to see you on the hot car side, 11 and 12. Alyssa Ardillo, that absolutely gorgeous Chevelle in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Gary Manzella. Gary, the Insinger right lane, the newer Ford Mustang. Alyssa, the Land Pro left lane in the vinyl top Chevelle. .69 to a 68, 1 thou separate them on the first let go, and a 5:60 to a 5:98 are the times. Alyssa Ardillo got down there first and is still about a 10th off the 5:50 run. Jay Gallant and Robert Galanti. The next two up, Galanti in the Tri-5 Chevy with the nose on it, sucking the air, forcing the nitrous down the throat. And Jay Gallant, the Land Pro left lane, the Ford Mustang with the turbos whistling. .27, the Tri-5 is going to get down to the top end first, a 10th above the 5:50 dial-in time, and only a 100th behind is Jay Galanti. Phil Scarlatta rolling up in the Insinger right lane. 5:50 the class. Going to try and run the dead set dial. Concrete on the board. The only difference is reaction times and what the cars do. Outside of that, there's one rule, and that is don't be red and run the dial in. Joey Santoro, the Catfish Camaro, Lamb Pro left lane. Bumps it in. Itchy trigger finger as he is 4 thou red on the let go. Scarlatta, 24 up front, goes 7 above the 550 guess. Steph Malice and Jacob Edwards. Battle of the 5-0s, the Fox Body Mustangs rolling up to the tree. Malice, Land Pro, left lane. Edwards, Insinger, right lane. Jacob, last time out, was your #1 qualifier in the 550 class. Being the #1 qualifier means you ran the closest to the 550 dial, better than anyone else on the property did. $33 to a 42. As they boogie on down Broadway. How about a 550 with a 6? As he goes right to the top and starts this weekend as your #1 qualifier again. Mark Trua, Joey Morrow. Joey, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Trua, the Camaro in the Lamb Pro left lane. 67 to a 22. Morrow, he got out of the hole first. It gets down to the top end first and is your new #1 qualifier. 550 with a 4. 2 thou better than Jacob Edwards just did, as they have one more round of qualifying to go. John Solly and Eric Turry. Turry, the Insinger right lane, the big body Charger, trying to run 550 on the board. John Sally, Lamb Pro left lane, the Monte Carlo, trying to do the same. 550 with a 4 is our #1 qualifier, as both of these boys take a swing at it, but don't end up knocking Joe Murrow off that #1 spot.
The long and skinnies are going to be taking the track next. This is Top Dragster, and my name is T-Weez. Taking over for Mr. Sass as he needs to take a little bit of a break. Anyways, back down on track, though. We're going to have Crystal Kerpier over here in the Land Pro left lane, and recently engaged Cody Riome over there in the right lane. That's right, Cody dropped down on one knee earlier this past week, and he is now engaged to his beautiful fiance. We want to congratulate them on their engagement. Both Crystal and Cody a little bit too anxious on the let goes. Crystal's going to turn at 49 red. Cody's going to turn at 23 red. As Cody runs it out 446 at 153 miles an hour. And Crystal's going to run it out 482 at 142 dead flat. Brett Bennett and John Cooper, your next two long and skinnies on track. Brett's over here. He just burned the stickers off of them brand new Mickey Thompsons, purging the nitrous in the Bennett racing machine in the Land Pro left lane. John Cooper in the copper-colored rail. He's also got a set of Mickey Thompsons on the back of that thing. It looks like, though, they've been on there for a minute. Both drivers going to be taking a stab at the tree. 4:46 is your quick time set by Mr. Recently Engaged Cody Riome. How about this? 008 to a 005 up front. Right lane had the advantage, although Brett Bennett's going to be getting down through the traps first, qualifying himself number 2, 455 at 154 miles an hour for Mr. Bennett. Cooper in the right lane goes 481 at 142 mile an hour, putting himself number 3 on the sheet. Battle of the Craigs here in Top Dragster qualifying round number 1. Giordano over here in the left lanes out of Webster, New York. He's going to be going up with Chatterton over there in the right lane out of Scottsville, New York. Craig versus Craig here in round number 1. Craig turns on the pre-stage bulb as Craig follows him in, which Craig is going to turn on the stage bulb first. Craig in the left lane is going to do just that. As both drivers let go, Craig Chatterbox Chatterton goes 005 too soon as Giordano goes 002 the right way. 482 in the left lane turns on the win light. 441 over there in the right lane is going to be your new quick. Craig Chatterbox Chatterton, 441, your new quick time number 1 qualifier in the 06 Race Tech. Dave Markle and Tyler Rudolph, next 2 dragster drivers coming down track. Rudolph's in the Wolf trucking machine in the right lane out of Hemlock, New York. 2024 Quick 32 top 5 competitor. And he was last year's Empire Outlaws top dragster champion. Dave Markle's got his work cut out for him here. First round of qualifying. He's out of Chi-Li, New York. To a 13, Rudolph gets away first. 435, your new number 1 qualifier. As Dave Markle looks like he's going to let go of the throttle soon, early. 571 at 89 mile an hour here in the left lane. That's not a flip-flop. That's not a flip-flop. That's not a crock. Nor is it the boot. That is Tony the Shoe Platania representing Tony's Muffler and Brake in the right lane. Tony's out of Rochester, New York, driving his blue powder-coated long and skinny, going up with Jessica Bennett. Jessica's out of Bergen, New York, and she's going down track here in the left lane. We saw her father go down track earlier, give us a nice big old smoky burnout as he burned the stickers off of them brand new Mickey Thompsons that he's got. Gets away first by 19 thou. Top end though, 456 for the man representing Tony's Muffler and Brakes, as Bennett in the left lane goes 472. Lucas Salemi. Last year that man was chasing the car down. It went from a 440 to a 430 down to into the 420s. He's trying to make it a little bit more consistent this year. He's got a new suspension set up in the back of that thing. But he's over there out of Blaisdell, New York in the Insinger right lane. Watch out, that rail is quick. Davey Marco over here in the left lane. He is no stranger to Empire Dragway. Out of North Chili, New York, he's got the JRO design Hall Electric machine in the left lane. He's got Paul Weber standing on the starting line behind him. He'll be coming around in Paul Weber's machine here shortly. But right now, he's in his own long and skinny. Up front for Salemi, 64 too soon for Marco. Top end though, 432 for Lucas Salemi at 159 miles an hour as Marco runs 444 at 155. Joe Masulo is going to be rounding out top dragster qualifying round number 1. Joe had a little bit of bad luck coming down track with the Quick 32 series a few weeks ago. He was following, I think it might have been Richie Akos during every one of his qualifying passes. Street, we need you guys to come on down to 8 and 9. Street, again, don't forget this is a non-points race. Street, we need you guys to come on down. Street, we need you guys to come on down to 8 and 9. Street, we need you in 8 and 9.
Well, I want to thank Trevor for giving me that little minute to throw something in my stomach, as I know you guys have got to be hungry out there too. So the concessions are open if you guys want to get some food, hot dogs, hamburgers, sausages. I think we have tater tots, french fries, pretty much anything you can imagine is back there in the Red Roof building behind the main grandstands. That's right, the main grandstand concession is open. You can get anything you want to eat all day long. I know it's going to get hot out there, so make sure you guys are staying hydrated here at Empire Dragway. Top Dragster went down track. Top Sportsman's rolling into the water box as we speak, as we try and figure out who is the fastest door car on the property. 650. You guys should be in lanes 11 and 12. 650. We want to see you guys in lanes 11 and 12. Street. Come on down to the staging lanes. Street, come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you guys in 6 and 7. Box and no box. You guys are on standby. Box and no box. You guys are on standby. Tony Madonia, the Madonia Motorsports split window Corvette, the GAM trucking machine over in the Lampro left lane. Going up against Andy Gregory, the new Tri-5 Chevy Bel Air over in the Insinger right lane. Top Sportsman's about being the fastest on the property. We end up qualifying, running them fastest against the slowest, and it's all about what you guess on the glass. That's right. Outside of the qualifying, it is a bracket-style drag race. .25 to a .009 as Gregory opens and shuts the door. 440, stick a 2 on the back at 160 miles an hour. Madonia 508 at the top end after being 25 thou away from perfect on the tree. Harry Phelps and Charlie Emler Jr. Emler having some technical difficulties as he gets the thing in reverse. Harry Phelps patiently waiting for his competitor over in the Insinger right lane. Harry, the Land Pro left lane, not a lot of car to try and get down the track in the Land Pro left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street, come on down to lane 6 and 7. Street, come on down to lane 6 and 7. And box competitors, we want to see you in lanes 4 and 5 for your first round of time trials. Street, come on down to lane 6 and 7. And box competitors, come on down to lanes 4 and 5 for your first round of time trials. .002 for Harry Phelps as Emler was 3 thou too quick on the let go. But down at the top end, 4:25 going to be the quick time of the two as Harry Phelps shuts it off, going 5:06 at 138 miles an hour. Attention in the pit. Street, go on down to lanes 8 and 9. Street, we want you in 8 and 9. Box, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Box competitors, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. No box, you guys are on standby. Jennifer Gunther and Doug Linden. Dirty Doug Linden over in the Insinger right lane. Jennifer Gunther, the Chevy in the Lam Pro left lane. .102-13. Doug Linden got out of the hole first, but gets to the finish line last as Jennifer Gunther. 473 at 145 miles an hour. Doug Linden a 484 at 140. Dan Germano and Tom Simon. Tom, the Insinger right lane. Germano, the Lampro left lane. First round of time trial action. Top Sportsman, the fastest car, qualifies number 1 and goes against the slowest car in the class. Perfect light was Germano as he gets down to the top end, going a 4:26 at 165 miles an hour. Tom Simon not too far behind though, a 4:76 at 142 miles an hour. $650. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Street, we want you in lanes 8 and 9. Street, we want you in lanes 8 and 9. And box competitors, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. $650. The index class coming up to the tree now. Just like 550, only a 1 second slower index race. That's right. The idea is to get off the line first and get down track, but not go faster than 650. Matt Himes, Lampro left lane, going up against Vincent Fragamani. A battle of the wagons. 18 to a 15, 3 thou separate them. As Fragamani ends up going 300ths under the predicted dial-in time, and Matt Himes, he's going to go 2 above to get the number 1 qualifying spot. Cole Ferry and Brian Erath. Erath in the Corvette. And Ferry in the Mustang. 12 thou red was Ferry, going to 659. And Erath is your new number 1 qualifier, going 650 with a 4. 4 thou away from a perfect 650 run. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Roger Cavallero, 9 thou away from a perfect light, goes 700ths above the 650 dial-in. Chris Scarlatta, that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Nova that was in the Lampro left lane. He was 8 thou away from a perfect light, but he was too soon, running 400ths off the 650 dial-in time. Joe Mercurio, the Vega in the Insinger right lane. The last car in the 650 index class. $31 thou away from a perfect light, clicks on the red bulb, but goes down track running a 606 at 107 miles an hour. And just a reminder, competitors, if you're out there, you might want to listen. The scoreboards will not be on for the remainder of the day. So make sure your dial-in is right on the little board before you do your burnout, and it'll be up to us to make sure that it is right going on to the big board. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the big boards will not be on or functioning for the remainder of the day, so don't go ahead and get yourself in a tiffy if you don't see your dial-in on the scoreboards. We will make sure it's right before you do your burnout. It does show itself on the little board right before the starters pavilion. So competitors, just make sure you keep it in your head that the scoreboards will not be working. And here we go into our street competition class. That's right. If you're out there in the grandstands and you want to start going drag racing, well, it's easy. Whatever you drove here, you can turn off the air conditioner, buy a tech card, and roll up to the tree and figure out that it's not as easy as it looks. Kind of faking, though, making it look real easy. 006, the first time off the tree, 6th thou away from a perfect reaction time as he goes 7:69 at 88 miles an hour. Couple drivers not on file. Taking a swing at the tree, and almost perfect light out of the four-door killer. Trip zip with a 9/9/10 thou away from a perfect light as he ends up going 660 feet at 11.64 seconds at an astonishing 59 miles an hour. Daniel Fuller, the Insinger, right lane. French, my correction. The Camaro going 169, too quick off the ball. The Ford Mustang, though, he goes ripping out of the hole. .659 at 113 miles an hour, the quick time for the Mustang in the Lampro left lane. DJ Donnie Razor. DJ Donnie Razor. Couple of Wallies hanging out his wall at home. NHRA, IHRA. Super stock legend in his own right. 65 thou away from a perfect light in the Mercedes-Benz. Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? Donnie Razor did, and it goes 1040 at 68 miles an hour. And the Ford Ranger, the Danger Ranger. Going to need an alarm clock, not a delay box, as he is 1 full second away from a perfect green light. The guy in the Challenger, double classing it, 16th thou away from perfect as he goes 787 at 87 miles an hour. And Bad Brad Perkins, the Roadster, rolling up in box competition. That is the Precision Crankshafts Machine, owned by Don Keekle. $19,000, too quick on the let go, flicks on the red ball. As Brad Perkins gets down to the top at 555 at 121 miles an hour. And rolling up now, the gray machine in the Lamb Pro left lane. Going up against Rick Mann in the unfinished business Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 12 thou red to a 33 thou red light. As Rick Mann got away a lot quicker than the man who was only 12 thou away from perfect. But down at the top end, how about a 564 at 121 miles an hour for Rick Mann? Michael McCutcheon. He's in Lamb Pro left lane, 7th thou away from a perfect light. 660 feet later, though, how about a 589 at 113 miles an hour?
That says Rusty Mark on our screen, but we know that is Bob Barber in the Bad Company Camaro left lane. Bob's been doing tech here at Empire the last few weeks. He decided to bring his Camaro out today to shake it down. Bob's going up with Kane Gregory. Kane's been putting on the wind bulbs all over the Northeast this summer. 13 up front for Kane as Bob goes 27 too soon.
Yeah, Kane Gregory, he made it down to the nitty-gritty at the Hootenanny last weekend, racing all the way into the wee hours of the morning. We were racing all the way up until 4:30 a.m. in West Salem, Ohio. And he comes out here and he tries to do the same thing at Empire Dragway, and he's not too far off. 13th thou away from a perfect light, going 508 at 132 miles an hour.
Justin, you weren't here a few weeks ago, but I did meet Kane up in the tower. He was collecting some money after going rounds. Congratulations, Kane. Keep it up, and we'd like to see you later on this evening.
Yeah, Kane started in a Ford Focus, and now he's running that dragster up and down this track, turning on the wind bulbs and collecting the checks. Zoe Von Sohr, 009 away from a perfect light, goes 665 with a 3. Don Keekle and Jerry Nowak. Don Keekle, the Precision Crankshafts Machine and Land Pro left lane. The long and skinny. Gonna be 29 up front. Gary Nowak, he was 18 away from a perfect light. And the long and skinny going 502 at 136 miles an hour.
That is going to be Sean Fuller in his Malibu coming up in the right lane. I barely can recognize his brother standing behind him now that he's chopped all of his hair off. but that is going to be the Fuller machine in the right lane, and Chris Florin going to be going up against him in the left lane. That's going to be bringing up the soon-to-be Miss Riom. Randy Teed coming up in the left lane here. Recently engaged. Cody Riom dropped down onto one knee earlier this week. Congratulations to both of those. That happy couple over there.
And as the boys try and make the track a lot better than it just was, we want to remind competitors that, you know, it does take a lot of effort and a lot of time to try and give everyone this absolutely gorgeous track surface. So if your stuff isn't absolutely top-notch or has a chance that it's going to be dripping a little bit of fluid, make sure you do your due diligence to put a rag under it, tie it up, or fix the problem. Would be a good start to all those big problems that we have here at Empire Dragway. No glass and no water on the track. Water, fuel, tranny fluid, pretty much any sort of liquid that can come out of a car. If you got it dripping on the trailer or at home in the garage, fix it before you come to Empire Dragway. And the concessions are still open. That's right. If you guys are hungry, thirsty, make sure that you guys are doing your due diligence to stay hydrated here at Empire Dragway, the first weekend of our great long month of July. That's right. Celebrating our independence last night. Back-to-back World War champs. No one's going to try and test us for a three-peat. And that is why we're here, able to do what we are doing at Empire Dragway. Land of the free, home of the brave. And a lot of those boys gave us this great gift we call drag racing. And a little bit of history there. Back in, I believe it was just past the 40s into the 50s. A lot of guys came back from the World War. And while sitting around collecting stamps wasn't doing it for them, and they decided to go ahead and start putting superchargers and all sorts of cool little add-ons on their motors. And then they figured, you know what? If I do it, I bet you he does it, and we got to figure out who's better at it. And then Wally Parks, one of the greatest names in motorsports racing, decided that it would be a lot safer if those boys did it at a track and not just up and down the main street. That's how the quarter mile became. So back in California, you used to have a quarter mile between streetlights, and that is where the 1,320 feet in a drag race come from. Now we race 660 feet, which is just half of that. That's an eighth of a mile, and that is what all the guys are racing here today. Back on the track, though, Randy Teed and Sam Chapman. Spidey Sam, he's in the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Randy Teed, the Lamb Pro, left lane. 002 too soon for Randy Teed, as Sam Chapman was 4th thou red as well. 5:56 is the quick time, and Randy Teed, how about a 5:86 at 116 miles an hour? Daniel Fuller and Johanna Cottrell. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny in the Lamb Pro left lane. Johanna, the Insinger, right lane. 002, 2 thou away from a perfect light on the first let go. And down at the top end, the door car, 587, 118 miles an hour. Daniel Fuller, he's got the quick time, though, 547 at 124.
Well, that might have been the quick time. These guys do qualify off the best reaction time. So that 002 in the right lane set by Johanna Cottrell might be looking pretty good. However, this is only the first round of time trials. Round to count is coming up soon, but 002 might be good enough in the second round.
Felter snatch. The Insinger right lane, 14th thou away from a perfect light, 550 at 126 miles an hour in the Pilgrim.
Mr. Sass may not know it, but that's actually Mr. Sanus driving that vehicle today.
Oh,
Lou
how he
came
gave
down.
up the ride to Hugh?
No. Lou came
how he
down.
Gave up the ride to Hugh? You got huge?
Lou. Mr. Sanus is here today on the property driving the 26er.
I haven't seen Lou in quite some time. It's good to see him back at Empire Dragway.
He is a frequent flyer out at Lancaster, but Mr. Lou Sanus is back this year.
Scott Barron and Tim Antenoria. Tim, Lampro left lane. Barron, the Insinger right lane. 30 thou away from a perfect light is the Roadrunner, and about 150 behind him is Tim Antenoria. How about a 573, though, at 118 miles an hour for the quick time? .001 for the GAM trucking machine. The Lampro left lane, the best reaction time we've seen in time trials. 5:41 at 128 miles an hour. And here comes Howie Samard, the Lampro left lane, the Chevy Chevelle. Going to try and take a lap against Ron Schillinger. The Schillinger Memorial Race coming up in August. We want to remind everybody to come and celebrate the long, beautiful life of Marlena Schillinger. Jeffrey's out there. He remembers her every day, and Ron's out here racing his heart out. Going to try and put it in victory lane. 624 thou away from a perfect light, though. 7:01 at 96 miles an hour is Howie Samard. He's got the quick time. 6:37 at 105 miles an hour. Craig Giordano, the Giordano Racing Machine.
going up against Kevin Samard Jr. Little Kevy just graduated high school this year, and now he's trying to put laps together in the door car. 12 thou away from perfect, 676 at 98 miles an hour. Giordano, though, 614 at 110 big ones in the Lam Pro left lane. And Mrs. Star Spangled Banner herself. That is right, Gracie Heinrich. Normally in the heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck, but this time Dirty Dan gave her the seat. The Cobalt in the Lam Pro left lane, going up against Paige Montgomery. The Malibu in the Insinger right lane. Paige 005. Too soon on the let go, as something doesn't seem to be working right with the Cobalt and the Lam Pro left lane. 129 thou away from a green light is not usually what you see out of Gracie Heinrich. Angelo Ragusa, 588, 115 miles an hour. As Pete Maduri hugging the inside line. Not sure if something got hurt on that machine. 820s at 67 miles an hour is not what we are used to seeing out of that car.
So this is going to bring up no box competition. No, it's not competition. It is qualifying. Test and tune, time trials, whatever you want to call it. Round number 1.
Yep, the big difference between the two, box and no box, well, that would be the delay box. So the guys you just saw, they have a delay box in the car. What you do is you can let go on the top bulb, and then the delay box does the math to figure out how you can get a better light than what you're normally used to having. In a no box class, that ability is gone. It's you, your 2 feet, and your ability to hit the bottom bulb. That's why we call them the baddest on the bottom bulb, because it's a lot to handle going through the rounds of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin Fuller, Claude Parr. Kevin Fuller goes 16 up front. We saw his brother come down in box in the Malibu a second ago. 681 at 101 miles an hour for the Fuller racing machine. As Claude Parr goes 633 at 107. He'll run under, but he lets go too soon.
And here comes one of my favorites. Topless Timmy Antonoria, the Chop Top Camaro. How do you make a cat eye or a cat mouth Camaro look any better? Well, you cut the roof off of it, stuff a roll cage in it, and make it some sort of half roadster, half bad mother lover bracket machine. And that's what Topless Timmy's got over in the Insinger right lane. But Pat Melbooth, how about 19th thou away from perfect in the Lam Pro left lane, as he gets down track going to 606 at 112 miles an hour.
Tom Reed coming up next. He's driving the weekly relapse machine left lane. He's out of Wayland, New York, going up with Matt Vogler. Matt's in the 72 Chevelle out of North Chili, New York. Chili, not chili. That does say Chili on there.
Not chilly now, it's summertime.
Yeah, they did just have their Chili Fest this past weekend, I do believe. They normally have it around the 4th of July.
Does Chili have a chili fest or is it a Chili fest?
It is a Chili Fest. Chili is a Chili Fest.
I've always wanted chili out of Chili. But not when it's chilly out. You got to have chili. You know, not when it's too hot either, though. You can't have hot chili during hot weather in Chili at the Chili Fest.
I feel like you can. It is always the best time to do it. As Mr. Chili himself goes 651 at 104 miles an hour after letting go 37 too soon. Tom in the left lane goes 003 up front and runs it out to a 678 at 99 miles an hour.
It's good to see a little Vogler back.
Jim Noto, and we have a driver unknown up here in the tower. I believe that is Theta Ball. Theta Ball in the right lane.
Theta Ball started her drag racing career in a funny car body. That's right, a funny car body junior dragster. Now between the two doors of the Dodge Dart over in the Insinger right lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Extreme and Limited Outlaws, you guys are on standby. Extreme and Limited Outlaws, you guys are on standby. 550, you guys should be ready for a call as well. Extreme and Limited Outlaws, you guys are on standby. And 550, you guys should be waiting for your call as well. Dave Stulak and Russ Story. Russ Story, another competitor that went out to 42 with us last weekend, made it down to, I believe, the final 4 cars on Sunday in no box. Started with over 200 entries and drove it down to the semifinals. This time out, though, how about 41 thou away from perfect? 595 at 114 miles an hour. As Russ Story gets some good data in the first round of time trials here at Empire Dragway.
Justin Sass may be paying attention to what's going on track, but I like taking a look over in the staging lanes. We got TJ and Chuck Mendola coming in. They were just rolling through tech now. Welcome to Empire Dragway for the first time this year, TJ and Chuck.
Trevor Schwartz out of Arcade, New York. The 76 Nova in the Lam Pro left lane, staged and ready. 83 thou too soon as he flicks on the red bulb. The Camaro in the lane next to him. How about a 328 light? Nowhere near perfect, not even close, but 716 at 93 miles an hour.
Davey Marco doing double duty here today. He's back in the door car. Hall Electric, Staub's Automotive on the side of that Nova in the left lane. Paul Weber, owner, standing behind him on the starting line. Him and Brandon Imalley going to be taking the tree together for qualifying round, time trial round, number 1 of no box.
Brandon Imalley coming off of a broken crank. Not a lot you hear of that, but you can make a run with a broken crank. He goes, man, something don't feel right. It's shaking like a leaf. Well, they dropped the oil pan on it, and the crank was broken right in half, still spinning in the motor, making power. And this time down track, how about a 687 at 97 miles an hour? Amy Reed, the diamond in the rough Mopar, Lam Pro left lane, going up against Richie Labiri. Richie, he's out of Webster, New York, in the 87 Monte Carlo, one of the cleanest Monte Carlos to go up and down the 660 feet here at Empire Dragway. 21 to an 18. Amy Reed was only behind by 0.04 of a second in the time trials. And down at the top, and a 6:20 at 110 miles an hour is what Richie Laberi ends up putting on the board. Steve Kamala, the high-flying Barracuda in the Land Pro left lane, the NHRA Super Stocker, setting to do battle in the no-box class. Frank Fontana, he's in the Camaro, pulled up alongside him in the Insinger right lane. The RPN screaming in the Mopar. He was 9/1/0 away from a perfect light and absolutely laying down a lap. How about a 5:33 at 128 miles an hour for the Super Stock Mopar out of the Land Pro left lane? Babylon Ben Height out of Rochester, our very own here at Empire Dragway. The Camaro in the Land Pro left lane going up against Pat Toomey. Pat Toomey, the street car in the Insinger right lane. 28 to a 13, 15 thou. Separate him on the first let go, but a lot more is going to separate him at the top end. 6:35, 107 miles an hour. Your quick time between the two.
Couple of East Siders coming up here next. Colin Cahill, he's a brother of mine, IBEW brother. We both are electricians. He's in the left lane in the Mustang. Going up with Lynn is not a Lady Salisbury. That's right. Lynn's in the Ford Ranger pick-em-up truck out of Marion, New York, and Colin is out of Webster, New York. Pair of East Siders here, a battle of Monroe and Wayne County. 52 to a 20 in the first round of time trials. Lynn had the looks up front as he gets through the traps dead even. How about a pair of 661s out of both drivers?
And the big man with a little name. That's right, John Little, the Land Pro left lane, the Ford Mustang out of Marion, New York, going up against Tyler Spilak. Spilak, he is out of Farmington, New York, as he was running a street and no box. Double 08 for John Little, just a little too far away from a perfect light. 8th thou as he gets down to the top end. How about a 628 at 108 miles an hour? Tyler Spilak, though, how about a 786 at 88 miles an hour out of the street car? And here comes another NHRA stock super stocker. That's right, Bill Kraft in the Kraft Copo Camaro, the Land Pro left lane, going up against Andrew Zimmer. Don't let that thing fool you. Andrew Zimmer, he brings an axe with him every time he comes up to the tree because he is absolutely ready to chop that tree down. First round of time trial action, he's 80, Kraft's 110. Nobody going to be writing home about that one. But down at the top, and it's going to be Kraft, 669 at 104. Andrew Zimmer, 730 at 91 miles an hour. First round of time trial action, the drivers are just trying to get some data, figure out what the car is going to do from here to there as we go into the next round. That's right, the round that counts, the final time trial round, the final qualifier, and that is going to be the one that decides where you go, how you sit, and what's going to happen as we get ready to then do battle going into round number 1 of elimination. Daniel French, 16th hour away from a perfect light as he flicks on the red bulb. The street Camaro in the Insinger right lane, going up against driver unknown. He was 303 on the let go, going to 687 at 99 miles an hour. Jerry Sarcuccia, the only man to foot brake a roadster here at Empire Dragway and do it well. Jerry in the Insinger right lane going up against driver unknown in the Lampro left lane. Best number on the property, 1776. That's right, 249 years ago. We told England to suck it. And now we're out here drag racing and enjoying freedom here at Empire Dragway. Jerry in the Roadster, how about a 575 at 115 miles an hour?
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits here at Empire Dragway. We have smoothies. That's right, we're selling smoothies. I just got word in the tower. If you would like a smoothie, head on over to the kitchen. Get yourself some nice, cool fuel for your stomach.
Yeah, we're going to have to test them smoothies. They're going to have to bring us some up to the tower, see how them smoothies taste. Get you guys a feedback on that. Gary Frenchie, illegal Regal, 14th hour away from a perfect light, 790 at 87 miles an hour. As Zoe Von Sir, how about a 663 at 101 big ones, 660 feet later. Bad Brad Perkins in the Don Keekle Roadster. Going to try and foot swap the precision crankshafts machine going up against driver unknown in the Challenger on the right side. $18th out too soon was Brad Perkins, and 27th out away from perfect was the man right next to him. As they get down track, a 5:52 at 121 is the quick time. The streetcar, respectably, going a 788 at 86 miles an hour. Mike Hickey, the man who's owned that Mopar since he was 16 years old. He's got a few more years on the calendar now, but he is still doing the same thing. Out of Batavia, New York, the 72 Duster. 39th thou away from a perfect light, and the man next to him, 33 thou the good way. Down at the top end, a 671 at 98 miles an hour. And here comes a battle of the Stobbs. That's right. We want to thank Stobbs Automotive. Not that they can hear me now that they're racing the cars, but it's a great time to plug them for the sponsorship. Stobbs Automotive always doing what they do to let us go drag racing here every weekend. They are a huge sponsor in the 20K race. The Stobbs Automotive, I believe, Free Friday race. As both of them, Mike and Joe Staub Jr., laying down laps 54 to a 264, as Joe Staub got away last and got down there last. Mike Staub, though, the quick time, 664 at 101 miles an hour. Mike DeMario, 9th thou away from a perfect light. As the Camaro gets down track, Chuck Mandola, he was 20th thou away from being green. 6:09 at 111 miles an hour was Mike DeMario. Mike, the old man, giving a run for his money to his son, Sam DeMario, pulling up now. He's in the high-flying Firebird on the Land Pro left lane, going up against a local legend. That's right, Ozzie Williams. The Dodge Dart over in the Insinger right lane. No changes done to Ozzie's Dart. I'm guessing a 641 today. He's been running that normally in the last, umpteenth years that he's been racing that Dart. And 009 on the let go. The old man still has it. Down track, 660 feet later, a 678 for Ozzie Williams. A Sam DeMario, he had the quick time between the two. He was 621 at 111 miles an hour.
Looks like Tamara Gray's down there on the starting line, hanging out and watching no box action.
Yeah, the Voodoo Vixen machine going to try and take the 550 title, as those guys are going to be coming up after Extreme and Limited Outlaw. They are on standby. Extreme and Limited Outlaw, you guys are on standby. 550, 550, you guys should be waiting for your call as well.
Lil Willie Balzer coming up to the starting line here last. He's in the left lane driving that black and orange Harley Davidson style Camaro. And that appears to be a Duster over there in the right lane. Don't have a name on the driver, but that thing looks rowdy as all can be.
Yeah, growing up here at Empire Dragway, I know I'm not the oldest person on the property, but I've been around here for a long time, and that car has made more than a few laps as the years have gone on over in the Insinger right lane. Little William, Willie Balzer, 10 up front, 667 at 102 miles an hour. And we are going to go ahead and send the track crew out, spray a little bit of the sticky stuff. Ron Rigby, he's going to move his stool, find a better spot to try and take some of the best pictures you can get here at Empire Dragway. If you do anything cool, anything reckless, or anything on the track at all, Ron Rigby, he's going to have a photo of it. Whether they're good photos or bad photos, Ron definitely gets it captured. A timeless moment in time. So see Ron Rigby, if there's anything you want that you did here today, he's got a photo of it. The concessions are open. We have smoothies. I heard we have smoothies. No one's brought me a smoothie, so I can't confirm this. This is just hearsay at this point. But they did say that we did have smoothies. So we got hot dogs, hamburgers, cheeseburgers, tater tots, french fries, everything but chicken wings and pizza. Do we have pizza? They might have pizza. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little bit further away from the concessions than you guys are, so you guys can find out faster than I do, but I'm just here to talk. So I'm going to tell you what they got, and I might be wrong, but you can always go over there and find out how wrong I am. The concessions are open. The concessions are open. Food's going to be served. Make sure you're staying hydrated. It's going to be a hot day today. 660 feet of perfectly paved pavement here at Empire Dragway as we roll through the 7 classes on the property. Ladies and gentlemen, next weekend we are racing for $20,000. That's right, the 20K shootouts here at Empire Dragway, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Camping is always free with the cost of admission, and keep that in mind as the weekends go on, because the weekend after that, the 19th, we have Quick 32, Pro Bike and Sled, 550, box, no box, and the Pro Mod Power Fest. That's right, Pro Mods coming back to Empire Dragway. The Northeast Outlaws don't do their thing anymore, but we are still doing it here with anyone who wants to come battle for, I believe, $10,000. That's right, the Pro Mod Power Fest. Going to be shooting it out for a big check, and then the weekend after that, it is Saturday, July 26th. We have Midsummer Mayhem. Bill Bader gave us the best idea in the world, and that was to put Pro Mods, jet cars, Top Fuel funny cars, Top Fuel dragsters, alcohol funny cars, supercharged bracketeers, Can-Am stock, super stock, and the WDRA points program all on the track at the same day, and that is Midsummer Mayhem. Get here early, stay here late, and plan on spending the night. You can sleep in the grass, you can sleep in your car, but make sure you end up sleeping here. July 26th, as we are going to be racing all night long here at Empire Dragway, where there is no curfew in the corn. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another round of practice and qualifying to go before we get down to the nitty-gritty and start hashing it out to see who is the baddest on the property. And as we wait for that, we give you a couple moments of music. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We got a driver in need. A driver in need is a driver indeed. Put the ears up, listen up. We need a 8.625, an 8.625 big block Chevy push rod. We need one. We don't need a whole set, we just need one. 8.625 Chevy push rod for a big block Chevy. If you got one and you're not doing anything with it, we got someone who does need it. You can bring it up to the tower and we will hand it to him. He's willing to pay. He is willing to pay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have an 8.625 big block Chevy push rod hanging around in the trailer, you're using it as a doorstop, maybe as something to hold the paper towels in, we need somebody that has it, that needs it, and needs to use it to go racing. So if you have one, bring it up to the tower. 8.625 big block Chevy push rod. A racer in need is a racer indeed. Bring it on up to the tower, and we will get it to where it's got to go.
Paul, Francia, and Cody are down there in between the lanes. We want to thank them again for all of their continued effort and support to get the live streams going here at Empire Dragway. For all of them folks that couldn't quite make it out here today, we like to thank them again for putting on the live stream. 550, we need you guys down to staging lanes 4 and 5, 550. That's right, if you're running a 550 index, come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5.
Yeah, Trevor, we're kind of like movie stars now. You know, I get the red carpet treatment, dragged across the carpet when I get home, and I turn red because my wife beats me. But that's only because we're out here every day, getting down to the nitty-gritty, running Empire Dragway. Paul, Francia, and Cody. Bringing us to your living rooms, in your basements, maybe even in your garages, but definitely to your wireless devices on YouTube. We got to get the name of the YouTube, the subscription.
That would be Stand Back Performance. That's right. To all those folks at home, Stand Back Performance is where you'll find our live streaming from Empire Dragway. We do have a website, that is true. Stand Back Performance has their website. You have live weather data found on site. So if you find one of the QR codes around the racetrack, you can find live weather data and the link to the live stream.
Well, it looks like the guys are off the tractors. The sticky stuff's been laid down, and Extreme and Limited Outlaw are in the lanes. 550, 550. If you're not in the lanes, we'd like to see you there. 550, want to see you in lanes 4 and 5 on the tower side. Extreme and Limited Outlaw going down the track for their last qualifying effort. After this, you don't put on the win light, you are going home.
The Voodoo Vixen and the Copper Camel Twin are down in the lanes for 550. We're looking for all of those competitors in 4 and 5. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and 650. You guys are on standby. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and 650. You guys are all on standby.
Extreme Outlaw rolling into the water box now for their final qualifying session. Both drivers putting the screws to it, going to see if they can get down the track a little bit better than they did last time. Blue Ganal, the Malibu in the Land Pro left lane. Jim Bersani, the Pro Stock style burnout out of the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane.
$550. We need you guys down in 4 and 5. $550 index. Come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. Top dragster, top sportsman, $650. You guys are on standby. Top dragster, top sportsman, and $650. You guys are on standby.
I bring a lot of shit in that backpack that I never really.
Bill Ganal and Jim Bersani. Ganal's in the left lane in the Malibu. Not too sure of what he's got under the hood of that thing, but I do know Bersani in the right lane. Oh, he had an issue. He bumped through the beams. Jim going to have a quick issue. He's going to roll through the beams. We're going to reset the tree and try to get both of these drivers their data for the second round of time trials.
Yeah, Blue Ganal, he got in there and he was ready to go. Jim Bersani ends up flicking it a little too far. As Blue Ganal ends up melting him at the hit, but down track, still goes 140 miles an hour. Mike Bartolotta, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Mo Alfaki, the only car of the 4 not to take the second qualifier. Mike Bartolotta, the big blower Camaro, the Insinger right lane. Gonna make a second lap here, gonna see what the thing can do. As the rear wheels aren't happy getting out of the hole, shuts it off early and saves the car for the next run going into eliminations. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We got a driver in need. A driver in need is a driver indeed. We need a 7AL3 MSD ignition box up in the tower. If you are looking to sell, that's right, sell. Everything costs money, nothing's free. The only thing for free here is your feelings hurt. So if you are looking for a 7AL3 ignition box, if you have one for sale, we got a buyer up in the tower. A 7AL3 ignition box. If you have one for sale, we have a buyer in the tower. And not that I have been updated, but I'm not sure if we are still looking for an 8.653 push rod for a big block Chevy. An 8.653 push rod for a big block Chevy. If you got one kicking around, we do have a driver in need for that as well. So a 7AL3 ignition box. If you want to sell it, we got a buyer. As we get ready to roll into Limited Outlaw. That's right, the Outlaw competitors bringing 2 classes with them, Extreme and Limited. 550, 550. You guys should be in the lanes, tower side, 4 and 5. Top dragster, top sportsman, you guys are on standby.
Chris Scarlatta's down there hanging out on the yellow commitment line. Chris, that is a beautiful Nova that you have brought out today. Haven't seen it before. Just wanted to give you a quick shout out. That thing is beautiful.
Yeah, a lot of things you get to see here at Empire Dragway. Some of the fastest and some of the best looking cars in Western New York. You can travel the world and not get to see things as pretty as what you see here. Another one that is for mention. I can't forget his. Son of a. Drawing a blank here. The Chevy Chevelle. Do you remember it? The red Chevy Chevelle. It was like a dark burgundy color with the black vinyl top. The Pelican Motors machine. I know he's not here. Maybe he is here on the property. But Mr. Pelican had hands down one of the most beautiful Chevelles on the property. And it would go 670s, I want to say, maybe 650s. And it was street legal. He built the car so it could go get ice cream and qualify if he had to in Top Sportsman. Absolutely gorgeous car. 660 feet traveled. And we are traveling again. That's right, Limited Outlaws coming out of the water box now. Good to see the Mopar made the adjustments it needed to. It needed a little help off track last lap. Michael Kozlowski. The Dodge Dart in the Land Pro left lane, and Mike Smith, the Chevy Nova 2 over in the Insinger right lane. Not sure what's going on with the reverse gear on the Insinger right side. And ladies and gentlemen, just an update. We do have the push rod we were looking for. So if you're walking it up now, you can turn around and take it back. We do have the push rod we needed for the big block Chevy. We thank you in advance, and we thank the person who gave it to our driver in need. Mike Smith getting a little help from his friends coming back from the burnout. Who needs reverse in a drag race?
You don't need reverse. It just only adds weight.
You don't need reverse and you don't need starters. As long as you put the wind light on. Mike Smith and Michael. The Dodge Dart, the Chevy 2, both drivers in Limited Outlaw going from A to B. Full power passes. And if the reaction times get a little bit tighter, that is going to be a door-to-door drag race for 660 feet. Nice gloves. What do you model?
Top dragster competitors, the long and skinnies. We need you guys down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Top dragster. That's right. If you're running a rail, long and skinny, dragster, whatever you want to call that thing, come on down to staging lanes 8 and 9. We are ready for you for your second round of qualifying. That's right. Top dragster competitors, come on down to 8 and 9. Top sportsmen, you guys are on standby. 650, you guys are also on standby.
We do just want to put a reminder out there to everyone who is down on the track side. If you're not with a car or don't have a purpose to be on the starting line, that's not a welcome mat to come hang out on the starting line. So if you're not tuning a car, not working on a car, or not backing up a car, we need you guys to get off the starting line. That's right. It's fun to hang out there, but it's not fun when it's not your insurance. So we need everybody who's not with a car off the starting line, so that way this doesn't look like one of those 1320 messed up videos.
And just another safety reminder, if you are against the wall in the burnout box or near the starting line, you are not allowed to be sitting on the concrete wall. That's right. If you are up against the concrete wall in the starting line or burnout box area, you are not allowed to be sitting on the concrete wall.
Ian Hill, the Camaro, Anthony in the Mustang, both drivers.
Hey, we have a MSD 7 AL3. If you were looking for a MSD 7 AL3, we have one in the tower. Come on up and claim your prize. We have a 7 AL3 in the tower. Attention in the pits, attention Empire Dragway. We have acquired a 7 AL3. So if you were looking for one earlier, come on down. We have found one.
Limited outlaw action still going down the track. That's right. These guys have a little bit different rules than the extreme outlaw class, but limited outlaw work within the confines of the rules that they are given. I'm not sure what those rules are, but I do have a sponsor list. And those sponsors would be RJ Profab, R&L Auto, Full Throttle Signs, Precision Cranksworth, that's right, Don Keekle. Don Keekle will sponsor anybody or anything that's got a motor and four wheels. That guy is one of the greatest gifts to racing, Don Keekle. If you see him, shake his hand. Thank him very much. If it wasn't for him, a lot of things that we like to do here at Empire Dragway would be a lot harder to do. Him and his wife, Mrs. Keekle, she does a phenomenal job keeping the kids together and doing all the things that we do here for fun. Joe Zito, though, talking about fun. How about that lap? Holy cow. 81 thou away from a perfect light, and I'm not allowed to tell you the rest, but just the looks of it. From here to there like he's driving a Cadillac. That was a Sunday cruise right down Broadway. That car didn't hop, skip, move, or twitch. That was a beautiful pass by Joe Zito in that Ford Mustang.
Attention, Empire Dragway. We are aware of the timing slip issue. Don't you worry about it, though. Timing slips will be fixed for round 2 of time trials and throughout the rest of the day of competition. Now, don't forget, the left scoreboard is not working. The right scoreboard is the only lane that is working, but win light in the left lane will still come on. So, your time trials for round 2 and competition, your time slips will be corrected. As well as we need top dragster, and 650 to the staging lanes. Top dragster, we'd like to see you guys down in 8 and 9. Top sportsman, we need you guys in 6 and 7 and 650. We need you in 11 and 12 on the hot pit side.
I'm good at a lot of things, but one of them I'm not good at is reading, so we're going to go back to the list. Gunther Automotive, TNL Excavating, Morrow's Auto Service, Phelps Racing, in Family Racing, Andy Gregory, Anonymous. Not that anonymous, Andy. Pete and Crystal Kerpier, Spencer Port Auto, Joe Morrow, Phelps Family Racing, Alan Pope Transmission, Demore Construction, Matt and Nora Gregory. We want to thank them not just for their contribution into racing, but for bringing an entire generation into racing, all 14 of their children, running junior dragsters. They got a whole train they bring down, normally on a Saturday morning, the mini long and skinnies. We want to thank John Bova, Manziel Properties, Quill Diesel Repair, Scarlata Racing, Bennett and Linden Racing, Billy Lieber. That's right, bad Billy Lieber. I don't think he's on the property today, but he is another one we want to thank for being able to put the Extreme and Limited Outlaws here on the track. We want to thank Resolution Racing, Thomas Fence Superior Auto Care, Billy Lieber again, John's Auto Service, Buffalo Tiki Tours from Mike Bartolotta, Kaz Racing, and Moe's Tire and Auto. That did it for Extreme and Limited Outlaw as we get rolling into 550. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be in the lanes, top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be down in the lanes, top dragster to 8 and 9, top sportsman to 6 and 7, 650, 650. You guys are on standby. 650, 650. You guys are on standby. Tamara Gray, the Voodoo Vixen, the Chevy Camaro over the Insinger right lane, going up against Seema El Faki. Seema in the Lampro left lane, the Copper Camel's cousin. That's right, the sister car to Mo El Faki. They built him a handful of years ago. It got sold off, and it's now home again with Seema, Mo's daughter, driving it, trying to make the 550 index class. Number one qualifier is going to be the person who gets the closest to that 550 index number. Tamara, she is going to try and do it over in the Insinger right lane. Seema, well, she's got a good shot at it too. 28th thou away from perfect out of the Camaro over the Insinger right lane, and down at the top and a 575 to a 573. Both drivers are real close to each other, but a little far off that perfect 550 run.
Justin Sass going to be stepping away again, handing the mic back to me. Pete Kerpier now coming up here in the left lane. He's driving the Chevy, and he's going up with Alyssa Ardillo. She's in the Chevelle in the right lane. Both drivers trying to hit that 550 index as close as they can. .009 to a 112. Alyssa Ardillo is behind off the let go. Pete Kerpier, though, going to run a 553, 3 above that index, preset index. As Alyssa Ardillo is going to run a 562, going way above that 550 index. How about Joey Rovey coming up here now in the Land Pro left lane? Pat's going to be mopping up the track, trying to get it cleaned up. Carson's going to be following him down with the leaf blower as they try to get Empire Dragway's pavement as perfect as they can for these competitors. Gary Manzella going to be coming up in the Mustang over there in the right lane. Drivers going to be shutting their cars down. Gary going to be getting a little anxious. He gets 61 to a 72. Mr. Manzello was excited. He gets late though. 562 in the left lane for Mr. Rolfe as Manzella misses by 21. Again, this is only the second round of qualifying, so both drivers still have eliminations. This is just going to be putting them on the ladder, figuring out where they're going. Jason Benzik and John Saley up next. 18 to a 13. Both drivers let go. 5 thou separate them though, as Jason Benzik's going to get down through the traps. 5:54. Saley over in the right lane is going to run one above that. 5:55. Both drivers missing that index a little bit, but that's fine. They're closer than some of the other competitors we've seen here for round number 2. .650 index, we're looking for you. 650 index. We are looking for you down in staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. 650. We're looking for you. Kevin Samard going to be taking his scooter down through the staging lanes. Good to see the recent high school graduate out here enjoying the beautiful weather. Justin Sass is back from his short little break. Sass, who's on track now?
That's 2 cars there, Trevor. I don't know how your eyes are working, but mine are working just fine. And those 2 cars belong to Jay Gallant and Kyle Bernard. 550 is the index. Bernard in the Camaro, Gallant in the Mustang. The Mustang hops him up and gets out of the throttle quick, but the man next to him, Kyle Bernard, how about a 68 thou away from perfect light, going 200s, actually 14 thousandths away from that 550 index pass. Jared Wick and Joey Santoro. Wick in the Lamb Pro left lane, the little Toyota, I believe. Gonna hike the wheels up. That thing is a firecracker trying to run the 550 index. .82 to 176, and Santoro gets down there faster. 5:55 with a 1. Gonna put him high up there on the qualifying list. Brianna Edwards, the newer generation S10, the Land Pro left lane going up against Tom Cammerdiner. 550 is the index. We're going to see who runs quicker. 11th thou away from a perfect light is Brianna as they get down the track. 6:16 at 110 miles an hour. .550 action rolling down through the lanes. Eric Turry, I believe he is your number 1 qualifier. 550 flat with a 4. Beat Jacob Edwards, who is 550 with a 6. 2,000 separate your number 1 and number 2 qualifier. Turi now in the Land Pro left lane with a pre-stage bulb lit. Joe Murrow over in the Insinger right lane. The Chevy Camaro going to try and take a stab at that 550 index. But 001 green as a man in the right lane. A 557 with a 3. That was your quick time out of the Land Pro left lane. And here comes the number 2 qualifier trying to put his name back on top of the mountain. Jacob Edwards, the Fox Body Mustang in the Insinger right lane. He made it to a final round at Lancaster the last time they ran 550, and also made it to the semis and qualified number 1 here at Empire Dragway the last time that 550 saw the track. Phil Scarlatta, Uncle Phil, the Land Pro left lane. The Chevy trying to dethrone the man in the right lane. 41 to a 36. Nobody reaction time is really that good, but at the top end, a 5:47 is going to be the closest to the 550 dial-in as Jacob Edwards ends up kicking it out of the throttle, going to 640 at 108 miles an hour. 'Steph Malice and Mark Trua. Mark in the Insinger right lane. Malice in the Land Pro left lane. To a 39, Mark Trua. He got out of the hole first, but is going to get there last as Steph Malice. He gets closer to that number 1 spot than anyone else has. 5:53 with a 9. Your number 1 qualifier still sitting pretty.
So Robert Galanti going to be taking the tree last here for 550 qualifying round number 2. That's some sort of 50s Chevy Bel Air. Couldn't tell you the year on it.
56.
Sass says it's a 56, and he's going to run a 56, 568 actually, at 124 miles an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, I can confirm the smoothies are delicious. We just got one up in the tower. The smoothies are delicious. If you're hot out there, the sun's not going to go down anytime soon, but we do have ice cold refreshments at the concession stand. And one of those is smoothies. Smoothies, ice cold water, ice cold soda pop. If water isn't your thing, everything except alcoholic beverages here at Empire Dragway. Hot dogs, hamburgers, tater tots, french fries, and anything else you could imagine to eat while you are watching some of the best drag racing here in Western New York. Top Dragster rolling into the water box as we speak. These boys are qualifying on ET. That's right, the fastest dragster going up against the slowest dragster in round number 1.
While we might not have bikes and sleds today, it is good to see. Some of our bike and sled competitors. Pete Edwards walking through the staging lanes with his little man in tow. That is an adorable sight to see as he's here supporting the rest of the Edwards.
The Salemi family, they're also no strangers to running those snowmobiles on 660 feet of asphalt.
No, they are not. Lucas just has not come up to the lanes yet. He's coming up here shortly.
But we got Tyler Rudolph and Craig Giordano up here now. Rudolph, the Wolf trucking machine in the Land Pro left lane, and Craig Giordano out of Webster, New York in the Insinger right lane. Light out of the Land Pro left lane is Tyler Rudolph out of 537 at 160 miles an hour. And attention in the pit. Street, you guys are on standby. Street, you guys are on standby. Make ready for your next round call. Street, you guys are on standby. Top Sportsman 650, you guys should be in the lanes. Dave Markle and Crystal Kerpier. Kerpier in the Insinger right lane, Markle in the Land Pro left lane. 005 this time down track, 5 down away from a perfect light from the man out of North Chi-Li, New York. 452, 155 miles an hour. Puts him high up there on the qualifying list. Cody Riome, the freshly off the market, not a bachelor anymore, young man in the Land Pro left lane. That's right. No one can believe it, but she said yes. Yes to forever, or yes to how long it's going to be. Jessica Bennett right next to him over in the Insinger right lane. Bennett out of Bergen, New York. She is in the 01 Worthy Dragster. Cody Riome, one of the cleanest dragsters on the property, the Finish Line Motorsports machine.
Don't forget there, Cody and Randy recently engaged this past week.
Anthony the Shoe Platania, the Lampro left lane, going to try and put himself better on the scoreboard. John Cooper, the long and skinny, pulled up next to him, and the Insinger right lane. Down below, two power away from a perfect light is Cooper. As they go down track, how about a 481 at 142, trying to chase down Anthony Platania, who was 456 at 152. Big ones on the big scoreboard. Lucas Salemi, the white, long, and skinny in the Lampro left lane, the big old injector hat, trying to poke over the roll cage, going up against Davey Markle. The JRO machine in the Insinger right lane.
Street competitors, we're looking for you guys down in 8 and 9. The staging lanes are open, and we are looking for you. Street, come on down to 8 and 9. Box competitors, you guys are on standby. Box competitors, you guys are on standby. Double 06 for Davey Markle off the let go. 66 10th out too soon. As Lucas Salemi, the man with the family who's no stranger to snowmobiles, is going to run 432 at 160 miles an hour. He was 38 away from a perfect light off the let go. He was behind up front, but he gets down track first. Brett Bennett coming up now. We saw daughter Jessica go down a few pairs ago. He'll be purging the nitrous on that Bennett Racing long and skinny, as Joe Masulo is going to be pairing up against him. Masulo's hanging out over there in the right lane. 305G is what he's got painted on the intake scoop of that rail. Justin Sass sucked down that smoothie faster than these cars have gone down track today.
It's a new world record.
I don't think I've ever seen someone suck down a smoothie as fast as Mr. Sass just did.
And here is your sitting number one qualifier, Craig Chatterbox Chatterton.
.443 after going double.
Chatterbox 443 with a 454 miles an hour. And that should put Evan Salemi as your new number one qualifier in Top Dragster.
I'm not too sure that Evan's here today, but I do believe Lucas was behind the wheel of the long and skinny. Lucas is sitting number one qualifier as we sit. 432 for the man in the white long and skinny. Tyler Rudolph going to be chasing him down. 435, your number two qualifier. Both drivers impressive off the tree, too. Going to be a good, tight field for Top Dragster competitors as Top Sportsman is rolling down into the water box. How about a pair of orange Chevys here? Andy Gregory coming up in the Bel Air in the left lane. That's a chop top Chevy.
Yeah, that car is new to Andy Gregory.
That is new to Andy Gregory.
Usually the footsteps of New York car, the Cavalier, that has been running as a Top Sportsman as long as Cavaliers have been on the market. I don't think Chevy ever realized that someone was going to be crazy enough to try and get a Chevy Cavalier to go quicker than 470s. And Andy Gregory is the man on a mission who made it possible. Mr. 470 himself.
Tony Madonia is going to be going down track with Andy Gregory. He's in the 63 split window. Looks like one of his partners going to be cleaning up the track down there, and Connor and Wayne out there with the mops. Andy's going to be purging the nitrous, getting that bottle pressure exactly where he wants it before making his lick down track. Nikon Ron Rigby over there on the right side. He's got his camera locked, loaded, and ready to shoot. Now, in 31 years, there's been one person to try to redeem one of Ron Rigby's coupons from the 1994 Apple Valley Speedway season, and that was me this morning. He let me know that in 31 years, I was the first person to try to redeem that coupon, and that is hilarious. But back on track, these orange Chevys are in the beams. 10 up front for Andy Gregory. Madonia goes 11 too soon. Gregory's going to get through the traps first. 438 at 161 for the Shop Top Bel Air, as the split window is going to run it out to a 499 at 141 miles an hour.
And here comes a Gunther Automotive machine. Jennifer Gunther behind the wheel over in the Insinger right lane, going up against Charlie Emler Jr. The second round of qualifying. If you don't get it down track now, you're going to have to deal with the last pass you had, and hopefully that pass was good data. Emler, the Camaro in the Lam Pro left lane. Gunther in the Nova in the Insinger right lane.
If I am correct, last year in Quick 32 competition, that's right, we do have a Quick 32 Sportsman Series that stops by Empire Dragway every now and again. But our Quick 32 Sportsman Series champion last year was Mr. Emler Jr. himself in the left lane.
.39 to a 007. Jennifer Gunther, 7th thou away from a perfect light. And down track, the quick time is going to be Charlie Emler Jr. He was 39th thou away from a perfect light. 424 at 168 miles an hour for the Land Pro left lane. And here comes Doug Linden. Dirty Doug out of the Land Pro left lane to 55 Bel Air out of Bergen, New York, going up against Harry Phelps. Harry, he's in the Monza over in the Insinger right lane. Probably one of the smallest top sportsman cars on the property, but don't let that fool you. It sure is, heck, isn't the slowest.
Doug Linden has gone from White Doug to Dancing Doug to now Dirty Doug over there in the left lane. Jessica Bennett going to be supporting him from behind the quarter panel.
Harry is in. Linden not far behind. 006 to an 11R. The lights up front. Harry Phelps was 4th thou behind, but down at the top, and it's a 508 to a 485. Doug Linden with the quick time of the two, 142 miles an hour.
And box competitors, that's right, we have just received word in the tower that we are ready for you. So box competitors, head on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. Again, box competitors, head on down to staging lanes 4 and 5. And folks, don't forget, if you are hanging out on the starting line or near the burnout box and you're up against the concrete wall, you are not allowed to be sitting on that concrete wall. Just for your own safety here at Empire Dragway, if we were here to have a car for some reason do something weird, please do not be sitting on that concrete wall.
Tom Simone and Dan Germano. Germano, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Simone, the Lumina, and the Lampro left lane. To a 28. Germano got out of the hole last, but gets down to the top end first. 425, 165 miles an hour. As we're going to take a quick second to try and look at the track before we throw 650 out on the property. Street. You guys should be down in the lane. Street, we need you in 8 and 9. Street, we need you in lanes 8 and 9. And box competitors. Box, you guys should be down in the staging lanes as well. We want to see you in 4 and 5. Joe Pelican of Pelican Motors. His ears must have been ringing because we were just talking about how that car is one of the most beautiful cars on the property. And he rolls in the gate and runs street and something else. That Chevelle, it's got to come back to the track, Joe. We got to see it again. Absolutely gorgeous bit of work. The time and effort spent real well on that beautiful Chevelle of yours. But good luck today in street competition. And I see 50-50 tickets out there being sold. So if you guys want to get in on the 50-50, wave down the lady who's got the tickets in her hand. She'll sell them to you, and you are going to be in the drawing to try and win a little bit of the green stuff. That's right, the stuff that makes our world go round here at Empire Dragway, the money. And speaking of money, we are going to be racing for $20,000 next weekend. That's right, the 20K shootout at Empire Dragway. 3 days of racing, 3 long, hard runs of trying to win $20,000.
Well, that's not quite true, but we're going to have a 5K shootout on Friday. That's right, Friday's race is going to be for $5,000. Saturday's race is the big money race, $20,000 to win to one lucky competitor on next Saturday here at Empire Dragway. And if you want to stick around, we're going to have a 10K shootout on Sunday. That's right, we're racing for $10,000 come next Sunday. So that's going to be July 11th, 12th, and 13th. If you're not doing anything, I would highly recommend stopping on down. Going to be following next weekend, it will be Pro Mod Power Fest. That's right, we're going to be having Pro Mods in on July 21st. Sorry, July 19th it's going to be, as well as Quick 32 and our Pro Bike and Sled Series. So we have Quick 32 action, Pro Mod Powers Fest, and Pro Bike and Sled action coming up on July 18th and 19th. July 26th is going to be Midsummer Mayhem, your chance to see nitromethane here in Western New York.
And here comes the 650 index class. That's right, the car's trying to go as close to 650 as possible. They run on what's called a pro tree. Unlike the full tree you've been seeing, a full tree, each bulb gets lit individually in a pro tree. Much like the NHRA, all 3 bulbs come on at once, the green light drops, and away you go. 650, whoever is closest is going to be the #1 qualifier. Vincent Fragomani and Roger Cavallero. Cavallero in the Corvette, he was 11th thou away from a perfect light. And the man who was closer, Vincent Fragomani, he was trip zip 7, clicking on the red bulb. So 7 10th thou away from a perfect light, but a little too soon. How about a 648 with a 5 though? Matt Himes, a Deja Vu Boo Malibu wagon in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Joe Mercurio. 650, the index that they both need to try and run. 2 thou away from a perfect light was a Deja Vu Boo wagon. As he goes only 2 thou under the index time, running a 6:49 with an 8. Brian Erath and Cole Ferry. Cole, he's in the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. Brian Erath, the Land Pro left lane Corvette. 49th thou away from a perfect light was the Vet as he gets down track and clicks it off, going a 6:55 at 104 miles an hour. Cole Ferry, though, seeming to have a few issues before the 60-foot cone, only going a 7:65 at 100 flat. And here comes Chris Scarlotta, the brand new Chevy Nova 2, over in the Insinger right lane. 650, the index, the closest to it is going to be your #1 qualifier. Six thou away from a perfect light, but clicks on the red bulb as he goes dead on 4. 6 red, dead 4, as he is your new #1 qualifier. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3 for your final round of time trials. Street, box, and no box. You guys should all be down in the lanes. Street rolling out into the water box right now. Box, you guys should be in 4 and 5. And no box, no box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Jim Zag in the pick-em-up truck over in the Insinger right lane, and Daniel French in the Lampro left lane. Best reaction time is going to be sitting pretty on the wait and see by, and the closest to a perfect light would be all zeros. Jim Zag, so far the closest. He was 21 thou away from a perfect light. $62 to $115 red. As driver unknown in the four-door was Trip Zip last time out, but that doesn't count for nothing. As this time he is 68 thou away from a perfect light, and Jim Zag is sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Tyler Spilak, 40 thou away from a perfect light, as he sits as your number 2 qualifier. 785 at 89 miles an hour for the Mustang in the Insinger right lane. It's Bacon, Ken Bacon, this time in a Lampro left lane, going up against Joel Pelican. Pelican, 52 green, is just a little behind Ken Bacon, who's 38 up front. 770, though, the quick time between the two, as Jim Zag is still sitting pretty as you're wait and see by. 21 thou away from perfect, and if there's a man that's going to try and knock him out, it's this man right here, DJ Donnie Razor. Razor in the bell rings, Mercedes-Benz. Picked up 3 Wallies this year. I might be mistaken. Could have been 2. He is an IHRA, NHRA super stock legend in his own right. And he swings for it and misses it by just a little bit. 009 red. But the man next to him in the black Challenger, how about that? 9 thou away from a perfect light, as he is your new number 1 qualifier in street. Yeah, if you guys are out there in the spectator realm of the world and you're wondering how you get into drag racing, well, it's easy. You basically start with a whole bunch of money, get ready to lose a lot of it, learning every lesson you ever could, and then sign up for street class. That's right. If you got here in a car today, that car qualifies to run street. You buy a tech card, you come get 2 time trials, and then based on whatever them 2 time trials were is what your predicted dial-in time is going to be. That's what bracket racing is. It's about the man and the machine, not just the machine itself. Homer Gray rolling out past the 60-foot cone, doing the burnout in the Chevy in the Lamb Pro left lane. Carl Bollinger, the Insinger right lane. Gonna try and see who can smack the best bulb here in the round that counts. That's right, the second round of time trials. '47 to 100 away. Carl Behringer looking like he's had some problems on the starting line. As Homer Gray gets out of the hole and down track, 527, 131 miles an hour. Ron Schillinger taking a lap now in the Land Pro left lane. Going up against Rick Mann, the unfinished business Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Schillinger absolutely lays down a lap. 007 up front, 699 with an 8. And Ron Schillinger is sitting on your wait and see bye. 007, stick a 1 on the back, and he doesn't leave a lot of room for anyone trying to take that wait and see bye spot from him. Bob Barber, the Bad Company Camaro, the Land Pro left lane. Kane Gregory, the long and skinny in the Insinger right lane. .007, the reaction time to beat Ron Schillinger, just laid it down the last lap. 008 too soon was Barber, as Kane Gregory was a little bit further behind. He was 33 up front, but goes 5'10 at 133 miles an hour. Daniel Fuller making the upgrade, moving out of the old long and skinny and into this one. Lamb Pro left lane against Ed Ross. Ed Ross, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 003 for Daniel Fuller, and Ron Schillinger goes from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the stack. As Daniel Fuller is your new wait and see bye. 3 thou is all he left his competitors to try and be better than him. Anyone can touch a 003 with a 7, but only one is going to move on into the wait and see bye spot. Why do we call it the wait and see bye? Well, it's easy. You wait and you see, and if there's an odd amount of cars, you get the bye. If not, you definitely get lane choice against the guy you have to run. 003 with a 2 is Johanna Cottrell as they keep falling. Dan Fuller takes out Ron Schillinger, and Johanna Cottrell walks up and smacks him out of the spot as well. 5/10 thou better than Daniel Fuller's let go, as Zoe Von Sir and Little Willie. William Balzer going to try and take a swing at it. 3 thou away from a perfect light is what they have to be to try and get the wait and see bye spot. Zoe, the S10 pick-em-up truck in the Lampro left lane. Little Willie, William Balzer, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 26 to a 32. Neither driver going to be taking that wait and see by spot from anybody. As down at the top end, it's Zoe Von Sergen there first. 664, 101 miles an hour. Little Willie not far behind though, 667 at 102. And little Billy's dad, Big Bill. Bill Balzer, the Lampro left lane. The Duster going to try and be better than a 003 with a 2 light. And Don Keekle, Mr. Precision Crankshafts Works himself in the long and skinny. To a 19, 5,000 separated, but neither of them are going to get that wait and see by spot. And down at the top end, Don Keekle, he's got your quick time, 5:03, 135 miles an hour. Brad Perkins, Tom Crewer. 17th away from perfect was Crewer as he goes a 5:54, but Perkins, he got down there just a little bit sooner, 5:53, 122 miles an hour. 'Tim Kawaz and Scott Barron. 003 with a 2 is still the best reaction time we've seen this round of time trials. Kawaz, the Land Pro left lane. Barron, the Insinger right lane. (17 to a 24). The Chevy was better out of the hole. And down at the top, and 5:67 at 122 miles an hour. Randy Teed in the Lampro left lane going up against Chuck Mendola. Chuck, the Chop Top S10. Both drivers going to try and be better than a 003. Stick a 2 on the back of it. And that is the reaction time by Johanna Cottrell. 13 to a 17, close but no cigar. 4,000 separated them up front and down track. It's going to be Randy Teed, 580, 317 miles an hour.
Tim Antonora and Angelo Ragusa. Ragusa's over here in the Ragusa Racing Wagon, Land Pro left lane, and I believe that's going to be a, what is that, a Malibu in the right lane there, Justin?
That is a ugly Nova.
That is an ugly Nova.
Great for drag racing, not good for car shows. But the Nova, 154 away from a perfect light, as he is not going to have an opportunity at the wait and see by.
Grace Heinrich, our anthem singer, going to be getting away 52 soon. Now that, 003 with an 8. How about that for Paige over in the right lane?
Paige Montgomery, you get an honorable mention, but you were the third slowest reaction time we've seen. Ron, he came out first, 007 with a run. Then it was Dan Fuller, who was 003 with a 7. And then it was Johanna Cottrell, who was 003 with a 2. And Paige Montgomery, well, she came out swinging, but ended up being 4, well, it'd be about 6th thou, a little bit lighter than she needed to be. Howie Samard this time out in the Land Pro left lane, going up against the next of kin. Well, actually, the next of kin to the next of kin. Kevy Samard, that's right. The high school graduate over in the Insinger right lane. 005 out of Kevy. Stick a 1 on the back and down track. It's going to be Howie Samard. 638, 105 miles an hour. Little Kevy, though, not far behind. 679 at 99. Big one.
Mr. Sanis coming up here in the Pilgrim. That's right. Left lane driven by Lou. Sanis has a history in that car. He has not been back to Empire Dragway in a few years. Mr. Feltersnatch has, no, not Mr. Feltersnatch.
Mr. Feltersnatch gave up the seat today. I thought it was going to be Howie in the car, Howie Feltersnatch, and it wasn't. Mo Leicester did it last year, and then I'm trying to think.
Justin, I think you're getting Mr. Feltersnatch confused with Mr. Skinflute, because Howie Feltersnatch drives an 80 Chevy Malibu or a 70 Chevy Malibu.
That's right. You're
Howie
right.
Feltersnatch drives a Malibu. This is a Daytona, and he's going to let go 13 up front. He was 13th out away from being perfect, and he's going to run it out 5:52 for the man from Canada. 6:47 over in the right lane there. We do not have a name on that, but that will be short-lived, and he's going to run it out to 103 miles an hour. Well, how about this? We got Craig Giordano lit up on both screens, so maybe that's not quite possible. It says Craig Giordano's in the left lane and Craig Giordano's in the right lane.
I do believe that is Matt Gregory in the Land Pro left lane, as we have a car stuck down at the top end. And he rolls off. We're good to go. Don, the starter, telling him to hold up down track. He saw something that wasn't getting off track. It moved, and Don moved him on into the beams. And I do believe that's Matt Gregory in the Giordano Land Pro left lane. But Craig Giordano, 003 with a 2. And it's going to go all the way down to the little numbers for our number 1 qualifier.
Well, looking back through our pile of tech cards, that was Craig and Vincent Giordano taking the tree together. This is going to be TJ Mendola in the left lane. TJ's out of, I believe, the big Ransomville, New York area.
That's Deanna Nugent next to him in the long and skinny.
Fabulous Paul Kochi on the starting line. He's driving the Demon in the left lane. Him and Brandon Chittenden gonna be going down track together.
Last year, my favorite memory is Chittenden was here, ended up blowing up the motor, and I went home and grabbed the motorhome and the S10, came back, and it was probably 12:31 in the morning, and Chittenden was putting valve keepers in the cylinder heads after he had the heads resurfaced, came out the next morning and went trip zip 2 to get the wait and see bot.
Justin, you got that memory wrong. He was quad zips for his first entry. And his second entry, he unfortunately had another issue and blew that thing up again. But this year, he's got a car that isn't hurt. Both drivers there are going to let go too soon. Fabulous Paul is going to go 006 too soon off the let go. And Brandon's going to go 22 too soon off his let go.
John Cooper double classing it here at Empire Dragway. Top dragster and now in the box category.
Big Bill Balzer and Willie Balzer are going to be pulling away from the starting line as they watch the last of box competitors qualify here for round number 2. 32-8-22. Both drivers not able to get that wait and see by, but the long and skinny is going to get through the beams first. 480 at 143 miles an hour for the man in the rail.
Pete Maduri figured out what was wrong with that car because it just humped the wheels up past the 60-foot, set them down, and still went 110 miles an hour. Trip zip 1 too soon for Joe Kuhn in the right lane. 537, 126 miles an hour. And down into the 5th digit, Johanna Cottrell. She was trip zip 3, stick a 2 on the back of it. Giordano hit the same light, but going into the 5th digit, the digit we can't see, Johanna Cottrell sitting pretty as your wait and see by in the box category. No box ready to come on out into the water box as we make sure the track is sticky and ready for their round that counts, the final time trial for them.
the self-proclaimed old man, father to be here soon, Justin Sass, is going to be handing me back the mic again. He says, call him daddy. I'm not going to be doing that here today. As we have no box, the round that counts, coming down into the burnout box. Pat Mabluff and Mike Rusko coming down track together. Mike's in that supercharged looking Chevy over in the right lane. Can't quite be too sure what's underneath the hood or what's not there of a hood, as it went by me too quickly to tell. Pat's over here in the Mustang in the left lane. Both drivers looking to see who can get that wait and see by. 104 to a 36. Mike's sitting pretty for now. 36 up front's going to do it as he runs a 654 at 104 miles an hour. Mustang in the left lane is going to run 604 at 113. Jim Noto and Claude Parr. Claude's driving Stubby's toy over there in the right lane. Stobbs Automotive in beautiful yellow paint on that quarter panel. As Jim Noto over here in the Falcon, looking to beat a 36. 80 to a 118 too soon. That won't do it for either driver. Mike is still sitting on top, 36 up front. As Matt Vogler and Rob Wissener going to be trying to take the tree next. Matt's out of North Chi-Line, New York. That's right. We just had the Chili Fest, I believe. Normally technically right around the 4th of July. In the 72 Chevelle. Left lane's got a Fox body Mustang. Rob didn't tell me where he's from, so I couldn't tell you guys where he's from either. Rob is sitting on the starting line. I don't know what's going on with him. He puts it in gear and he takes off 7 seconds after the green dropped. In that time, Matt Vogler got down track though. He was 20 up front, your new wait and see by. 652 at 105 miles an hour for the man from North Chi-Line. He is sitting pretty on the throne. Trevor Schwartz, that 76 Nova out of Arcade, New York, over here in the left lane. Going up with the Family Curse Camaro out of Byron, New York. Timmy Antonora driving that beautiful shop top Camaro. Catfish, as we like to call it in the automotive world. 20's the number to beat. How about a 52 to a 114? Timmy was 30 thou behind Matt off the let-go. 654 though, as he runs down through the top end. 710 for Trevor Schwartz over there in the left lane. Matt Vogler still sitting on top with a 20. Babbling Ben Height coming up now. Ben's in the 86 Camaro out of Rochester, New York. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Empire Dragway land. We have all of our Empire Outlaw classes on standby. That's right. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, 550, Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, and 650. You guys are on standby. Extreme Limited, you guys are on hold. 550, you guys are on standby. 550, you guys are on standby. Jerry Siracusa and Pat Toomey. Pat, tough competitor. We saw him out at Lancaster 2 Sundays ago for, I believe it was a Hetrick Memorial race. Rob Hetrick Memorial race that was. He's trying his luck here at Empire Dragway today as he's going down track with Jerry Siracusa. 20's the number to beat. Oh, actually, no. Tom Reed 008 is the new number to beat. Wow, look at that reaction time out of the weekly relapse Nova. Tom Reed sitting 008 up front. He is sitting on that wait and see by now as Amy Reed follows him up. Amy's in the 67 Volant, left lane. Driver unknown in the Mustang, sitting over there in the right lane. He's gonna double bulb Amy in a bold move.
That is a bold strategy, Cotton. Amy Reed trip zip 4 too soon. As Stinman, 813 away from a perfect light, goes 7-10 this time down. Lynn is not a lady. Salisbury in the Danger Ranger and the Insinger right lane. Going up against Driver not on fire. The Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. (11 to a 14, 3,000 separate them. As Tom Reed is still sitting pretty with a 008 light as your wait and see by. A set of 16s up front between the two of them. 16 with a 9 to a 16 with a 4. Andrew Zimmer got away a little bit faster than Dave Stulak. 6:42 though at 106 mile an hour. The quick time in the Land Pro left lane. .007 with a 5 is Brandon Imalley.
Imalley in the left lane goes 1 thou under Tom Reed's let go. 007, the new time to beat for the wait and see bye. Paul Weber down there on the starting line watching his beautiful machine get going down track, driven by Davey Markle. Markle's over there in the Weber Racing Nova. Hall Electric, Staub's Automotive painted on the side of that beautiful car. He goes up against Middleport, New York's own Daryl Gilbert of Daryl's Place. That's right. You're ever in Middleport and you find yourself hungry, stop on in Daryl's Place, grab yourself a bite to eat. As Markle gets down through traps, 6:33 at 107 miles an hour in that beautiful Weber Racing Nova.
And the man with your wait and see by in the street category, sitting pretty in the Land Pro left lane. The newer body challenger, Lee O'Connell. Neil O'Connell. Going up against Jeff Hetrick. 41 green this time by is Hetrick. He clicks it red. 21 thou too soon. Ross Story, the Ford Mustang and Land Pro left lane, and Alan Boo. Ross Story 50 thou away from a perfect light as he was the better of the two. Down at the top end, 593, 115 miles an hour. And another one out of the Stobbs Automotive stable. That's right, Joe Staub Jr. this time. 11th thou away from a perfect light as Frank Fontana was a day late and $1 short on the let go. Goes 7:01 at 97 miles an hour. And your wait and see by's father, that's right, the daddy who did it. Killer Ken I. Malley in the Insinger right lane. He is in the Turd Hurdler Chevelle going up another one of the Stobbs Automotive machines. This time, Mike Staub in the Land Pro left lane. 51 to a double 08 with a 3. Ken I. Malley's close, but not close enough. Daniel French and Colin Cahill. Colin, the Land Pro left lane. French, the Insinger right lane. Trip zip with a 4. Hell has froze over. Gibraltar has fallen. And Daniel French is sitting pretty on the wait and see by. 3-0, stick a 4 on the back of it. And Mr. First Win this year is getting his first wait and see by in no box. And an NHRA, IHRA super stock. The Kraft Racing Machine in the Land Pro left lane. Joe Buscella, he's in the Insinger right lane. 002 too soon as Kraft was way early on the let go. Kevin Fuller, the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Everybody trying to beat the wait and see by time of Daniel French. Trip zip with a 3-3-0. Stick a 3 on the back of it. He didn't give a lot of room for anybody to try and be better than Kevin Fuller. Took a stab at it though. 12 thou away from a perfect light and down track. The Camaro with the quick time. 680 at 102 miles an hour. And a man who's used to going in circles out there hanging by the fence, Mr. Littlefield. Richie Littlefield coming out here. Gonna see what's going on in the straight line world of racing. Not too far from Perry, New York. That's right, if you're familiar to the area, there's a stock car track not too far from us here at Empire Dragway. We call that Wyoming County International. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. 550, 550. This is your first round of elimination call. We need you in the staging lanes. 550, 550. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5 for your first round of eliminations.
Now, some of you folks may not know Justin or I up here in the tower, but Justin and I actually did a little pirate race over at Wyoming County International last year. That's right, they took junk boats, threw them on junk trailers, and slapped them on junk cars. The last person to lose their boat was the winner of that race. That was such a good time over there, Justin. Thank you again for that invite.
Oh, if it's got tires or, well, you know the other word, it'll give you problems. But the problems you ain't going to have, well, that's at the stock car track. Stock car racing, boat racing, and drag racing. If you got 2 shopping carts, I'll race you in the parking lot right now. But that's the fun of it. And that's why we're up here having such a great time calling these drag races here at Empire Dragway. Richie Labiri and John Obracha. John, the Lampro left lane. Labiri, the Insinger, right lane. Trip Zip with a 3 out of Daniel French as he's sitting pretty on the wait and see by. 3/10,000ths of a second is the time you have to beat on the tree. 27th out away from perfect was Labiri, close but no cigar. But down at the top end, 618, 110 miles an hour. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, one of the baddest off the bottom bulbs. The Land Pro left lane going up against Gary French. Gary, the illegal Regal, in the Insinger right lane. 28th thou away from perfect was the baddest off the bottom bulb. Mr. French, 59 away from a green light as he lets go too soon. And down at the top end, it's going to be a 684 at 98 miles an hour for Reed Ricketson. Mike Hickey, the Duster in the Insinger right lane, going up against Zoe Von Sir. Zoe, the S10, running both classes, box and no box. This time she's letting go off the bottom bulb. Mike Hickey staged and ready to go. The S10 starts bumping the cheeks and lets the bulbs drop. Away they go. 60 to a 69, 9 thou separate them. As down at the top end, the quick time is going to be Zoe Von Sir.
Again, we do have smoothies over in the kitchen. So if you would like to stop on over, grab yourself a wild berry, strawberry, or pina colada smoothie, head on over to the kitchen. As Brad Perkins and Nolan Eckert coming down track together now.
24 to an 18, it's gonna be the bottom bulber. Brad Perkins, 552 at 122 miles an hour. And Matt Himes double classing the Deja Vu Boo Wagon. Going up against Mike DeMario. Mike, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane.
Matt Himes gonna let go 29 too soon in Deja Vu. Mike DeMario over there in the right lane, he lets go 86 up front. He's going to have an issue after the line. We're going to roll it 383 to the 60 foot in 15 seconds through the 660. He's going to be slow getting down through there. We're going to give him a second to get off track before we send Ryan Ricketson and Brandon Chittenden. Now, Ryan Ricketson is a true bottom bulber over there in the right lane. Brandon here showed up late, and he wants a second time trial before competition starts. We are normally give some drivers some leeway with that. We'll give you both your time trials if you show up late. But Brandon Chittenden is not eligible for the wait and see bye here in no box qualifying round number 2. How about Ricketson though? 008 up front. He was 8 thou away from being perfect and sitting pretty on that wait and see bye. Daniel French is still holding it though after going trip zip 4 up front. Following up Brandon is going to be Deanna Nugent. Again, another top bulber. Just taking a look here so she gets a little bit more data. 550. Your qualifying sheets are posted. Your ladder has also been posted. It is time to pair up, find your competition, and come on down to the staging lanes. 550. We are looking for you down in the staging lanes. Sam, tomorrow, your last driver eligible to beat that trip zip 4 up front to sit on the wait and see bye. As Deanna Nugent and Bill Balzer over here in the burnout box are all top bulb competitors. Sam's gonna let go 11 up front. He was a hundo in front of Deanna, but Deanna's gonna get down through the traps first. 506 at 134 miles an hour, as that means Daniel French, you are sitting on the wait and see bye. Trip zip 4, trip zip 3, one of the two. Either way, that was good enough for the best.
That's it. 3 itty-bitty tiny ones is what he had on a reaction time. I mean, you're talking a gust of air, an engine RPM, but absolutely as close as you can get to a perfect light without it being perfect.
Bill Balzer here, gonna go 42 soon. Top bulb competitor getting his second round of data here at Empire Dragway. We're gonna move into a little bit of track prep. Oh my gosh, look at this, hang on. We've got a late entry.
The gas man.
Chris Dugas himself, the man that can't stop turning on wind lights across New York State.
That's right, I fell victim to it last Tuesday. Me and Chris Dugas got down to the nitty-gritty at Lancaster in the 500 to win foot brake race. They do once a month every Tuesday at Lancaster. And Chris Dugas and me went down track. We're 3 thou separate on the tree, 3 thou separate on the dial-in, and ended up going a 2 thou margin of victory Chris Dugas's way. I got to tell you, as far as the competitor goes, I wouldn't want to lose to another man at a racetrack, and he is one of them.
He is probably one of the toughest competitors that we've got here on the property today. Chris is gonna let go 18 up front. That's not too bad compared to what we've seen here today. And is he gonna get through the trap? 707 at 96 miles an hour. Now, that may not seem like much to you guys, but if that car can run 707 all day, y'all better watch out.
Just a little footnote. On Tuesday, that was the same run it made. 707. 4 or 5 days ago, he comes out, pulls it off the trailer, and does the same exact thing. Extreme Outlaws, Limited Outlaws, you guys are on standby.
So Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw, we're actually going to give you guys a minute. We're going to skip you guys this round. 550. You guys should be down in the staging lanes. Top Dragster, why don't you guys come on down as well? Top Dragster, find your pair. Come on down to 8 and 9. Top Dragster competitors, you've got your ladder. Come on down to 8 and 9. Top Sportsman competitors, you've also got your ladder. Come on down to 6 and 7. 650. 650. We're looking for like 6, 7, 8 of you. You guys have also got your ladder posted. We need you guys down to staging lanes 11 and 12 on the hot pit side. That's right. Those staging lanes are open. We are going to be passing around Extreme Outlaw and Limited Outlaw for the moment. Skip and run one round for them. They've got a few less competitors, and we like to see all of these classes finish at around the same time. So, top dragster, top sportsman, 650. You guys should be coming down to the staging lanes. Find your partner, pair on up with them, and come on down. 550. You guys should be in the staging lanes. At least most of you. We're still looking for a few of you. But 550. You've also got your partners. We need you guys in 4 and 5. We're going to be on a quick little stand break here to get the track ready for eliminations. Pat Budd and Wayne Turner going to be taking their hands together and making this track as perfect as we can for our competitors.
Wayne Turner out there laying down the sticky stuff, getting the traction back on the track. We got tractors here in this cornfield, and there ain't no corn. There's a lot of horsepower. That's what he's playing out there right now. Dragging some rubbers. If you do have old, I do believe 33-inch slicks that you want to get rid of, we will take them as a donation. We will put them on our track dragger. So just keep us in mind as you guys go ahead and change tires for the season, through the seasons. Maybe you know someone who has a couple sets laying around. If you have old slicks, we do like them here at Empire Dragway. Our tractor, the dragger, and the rotator, for that instance. They love old tires. The older, the better. Just a little bit of rubber helps us go a long way, as the crew absolutely tries to get everything perfect here at Empire Dragway. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, since we have a little bit of quiet time, we do ask that you rise and remove your hats so that we can do something important to us and our neighbors up north, and that is to honor our two great countries here at Empire Dragway, starting with the Canadian National Anthem and then into the Star Spangled Banner, the greatest song for freedom that we have for this great nation on its 249th birthday the day after. So please rise and remove your hats with us as we play the Canadian National Anthem. And ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we play the greatest song on the face of the earth. 249 years, 1 day old. There's a lot of men and women who can't do what we're doing today, and it's because of them that we get to do this every weekend here at Empire Dragway.
Sorry for the dead air here. We are doing the national anthem. Action will resume shortly.
God bless America. God bless our troops. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing at Empire Dragway. We got Empire Outlaws on the property. We got 550, 650, street, box, and no box. On top of that, we got the fastest dragsters, the fastest door cars, and we are going to be racing all the way down until we have one winner in every class. There's no curfew in the corn here at Empire Dragway, and we are going to be racing all night long. Ladies and gentlemen, 550 is in the staging lanes. They got the brain buckets on. They're strapping into the seats, and we are going to start racing shootout style. That's right. 2 go down, 1 come back until there are no more here at Empire Dragway. $5.50. The first 2 cars rolling out of the lanes and into the water box. The idea here, the name of the game, it is to run 5.50 seconds. You go faster, you go home. You go red, you're out of here. You got to hit the light, you got to hit the number, and you got to be better than the guy next to you. The drivers are ready. The fans are in the stands, and Jeffrey is making his way to the greatest seat in the house. The first 2 drivers, Tamara Gray, Jared Wick. Tamara, the Voodoo Child, the Voodoo Vixen. Sorry, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. Jared Wick, the Mazda in the Land Pro left lane. 34 to 117. The Voodoo Vixen is away and rolling. How about that 13 above for the win? Tamara Gray, 68 on the 550 dial. Peter Kerpier, the Land Pro left lane, going up against Alyssa Ardillo. Kerpier's car not holding at the beam. Alyssa Ardillo, 69 up front, 8 above for the win, as she ends up coming back for the next round of competition.
That is Brianna Edwards in the Land Pro left lane. Her car blew a head gasket sometime last night, I'm assuming, or this morning. Not too sure when, but she is driving the rental ride in the left lane. Joey Santoro in the right lane. He gets away 205 as Brianna's away 22 up front. The thing might have been a bit of a turd. Joey Santoro goes 556. Brianna goes 612 and is unable to turn on the win light after having a huge advantage up front.
Jason Benzik, Mr. 550 himself. The Catfish Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Wayne out there picking up a couple pieces that the Kirby AS10 had put down. Rumor is it's a fuel cap. And once he gets back, we will get rolling back into 550 action. Jason Benzik drives that car to competition at Lancaster Speedway and then goes the rounds in 550. You want to talk about a street car? That is the epitome of a street car in that fourth generation Camaro. Jay Gallen pulling up at the Mustang in the Insinger right lane. $550 the index for both of these drivers. Whoever gets closer moves on to the next round. Unlike other classes in sportsman competition, they're allowed to pick their own dial-in time with the same ramifications. If you end up going faster than your dial-in time and you still predicted your own dial-in time, it's called a breakout. So you can still lose the same way. The only difference is you tune the car to the dial-in, not dial in the car to the tune. 40 to a 29. The Mustang has the advantage, but it's not by much. 11th thou separate them up front, but it's going to be all Jason Benzik. 40 going 3 above with a 7:37 thou over. The 550 predicted dial-in time. John Sally and Kyle Bernhardt. Kyle, he's over in the Insinger right lane. Sally in the Land Pro left lane. Monty versus Camaro. Donnie gets off his stool, tells him, you might want to stage with your front tires, not your rear tires. $132 to a 90. 40 thou separate them. As Kyle Bernhardt, he was ahead and goes 8 above, stick a 4 on the back of it. 558 at 107 miles an hour. Gary Manzella and Eric Turry. Eric, the big body Mopar in the Insinger right lane. Manzella in the Land Pro left lane. 75 to a 28. Eric Turry has the advantage. And down track, it's going to be all Eric Turry. Going a 51 on the 50. 16 thou over the predicted dial-in time to put on the win light and come back for round number 2. Tom Camerdine and Robert Galati. Galati, the beautiful Tri-5 Chevy in the Insinger right lane. Camerdine, the Mustang and the Land Pro left lane. 29 to a 95. The Bel Air's behind, but it doesn't look like that from here. Down at the top end, though, it's going to be the Ford Mustang. 29 up front, runs a 53 on the 50 dial-in to put on the win light and come back for the next round of competition. Joey Rolfe and Seema El Faki. Seema, the Copper Camel's cousin, over in the Insinger right lane. Joey, he's in the Chevy and the Land Pro left lane. Seema's staged. Joey bumps it in. The tree falls down. 75 to a 78. That's the closest spread we've seen so far. 3,000 separate them up front and down track. It's going to be Joe Rolfe going 59 on a 50 to come back for the next round of competition. Phil Scarlotta, the Lamb Pro left lane. He drew himself one tough cookie. Mr. Jacob Edwards, he's in the Insinger right lane. He ended up going to a final round the last time out and down to the final four after being the #1 qualifier the time before that. This is a series, a 550 series that Empire Outlaws do, so that it is a points-based series between them all. And this time out, he's going to throw on the red bulb. 6 thou too soon ends his night as Phil Scarlotta was 30 up front and 3 under for the win to come back for the next round of competition. Steph Malice and Mark Trua. Malice, the Mustang. Trua, the Camaro. What the heck just happened? Mark Trua was a day late and $1 short as Steph Malice goes 6 over the predicted dial-in time, 53 up front. Taking a whole bunch as a man in the right lane doesn't end up letting go of the button in time. Joe Murrow getting the wait and see buy. He wait and he saw, and now he's got the buy run. Free data as long as he goes from A to B without touching a cone or the wall. He is going to be coming back for the next round of competition. 005 and 5 above. How about that for a lap? Joe Murrow, almost perfect on the tree on the free pass. Not a lot of pressure, but at the same time, that is the result you're looking for. Top dragster, top sportsman. Top dragster, top sportsman. You guys should be in the lanes. We got a gift in the tower. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Pumpkin Eater has come back for a few seconds. Peter, how have you been?
Oh my God, Justin, I've been fantastic. I've had a great year, and now I'm ready to come back to Empire Dragway and have a great night.
The return of the voice in the tower. The back and forth, the man you've been listening to, Peter Pumpkin Eater. Have you been spreading the good word of drag racing since you've been gone?
Of course, I've been spreading the good word of drag racing. I bought one of my buddies today.
Crazy?
Oh, they look at me like
on?
I'm crazy, but they don't understand how crazy this is. We got a great show going on here. 2 weekends from now, we got Pro Mods coming. Isn't that right, Justin?
That's right. PowerFest Pro Mod race. I think they're racing for $10,000, but the weekend you're not going to want to miss, that is Midsummer Mayhem. Nitromethane, baby. Tell them what it's like.
Oh my God, I felt my teeth rattling in my skull last time they were here last year. We had the top hat and the tuxedos on. I don't know if you remember, but me and Justin had a good night. I don't know if Justin remembers either. Maybe not, maybe so.
I vaguely remember most of that night, but it was a good night. That was one of the best nights at the track. This year, jet cars are coming back. Have you seen jet cars?
I've never seen the jet cars. They weren't here last year, but they're coming back.
Coming back, Peter. Jet cars are the thing you want to see. You talk about fighter jets and American freedom. How about you take one of them engines off, stick it on a dragster, and blow flames out of the back of it for 30 feet?
They got to be careful. I heard it melted the track the last time they were here.
Yeah, they not too friendly to track prep, but for the show, who cares? It's absolutely a riot. And speaking of riots, Tony the Shoe Platania and Craig Chatterbox Chatterton. This is going to be a burn down for the century. 456 to a 443. Chatterton's got the quick time. He's going to be chasing down Platania. Platania, he is going to get away first, and he's going to try and stay away. 11 to a 22. 10 fouls separate him up front and down track. The man with the advantage gets the win. 456, dead on 8. After being 11 up front, 18 total. What? What? From where? That's like a swarm of them.
All right, now we got Davey Markle up in the Lamb Pro left lane, dialed in at 446, going up with John Cooper over in the Insinger right, dialed in at a 481. Davey getting comfortable, moving his way up into the staging beams. There we go. First light flicked on. And here we go. We're going to go 46 to 15, 30,000 separation. Davey Markle going to get off a little bit faster and take the win down at the top end. Going 448, 2 off from his predicted dial-in time. I'm up here with my buddy Johnny K tonight. How are you doing, Johnny?
I'm awesome.
Awesome, Johnny.
Is this Johnny's first drag race?
This is Johnny's first drag race, popping the cherry.
Johnny has no idea what he's in for. Some of these people spend whole years getting these cars ready just to come out here every weekend and do this. It's a 40-hour week to have fun on top of the 40 hours you got to work to pay for this. And here they are battling it out, dragster to dragster, door car to door car. Cody Riem, he just got engaged. That is his fiance down there behind him, Randy Teed. Cody Riem, the 445 predicted dial-in time, going up against Crystal Kerpier. Kerpier, 482, the predicted dial-in time out of the Insinger right lane. We got a little girl coming. 005 to a 20. 15th out separate him as Crystal Kerpier ends up breaking out by 9 thousandths of a second. She was all of 15th out up front, taking 25 to break out by 9 little ones.
Jessica Bennett up there in the Lamb Pro left, dialed in at 472. And is that mysterious Joe Masulo in the end singer, right?
The mysterious one himself. Red to red and Joe Masulo, he was red by last. 14th out the wrong way, goes one above stick, 2 zeros on the back of it. And Joe Masulo is coming back around for the next round of competition.
And really quick, I haven't done this in a while, but I know you're out there, Finero. We want to thank you, buddy. Lakeview Construction. Thank you for sponsoring us here at the track. NJV Advisors, SMC Metal, Myers RV, Cando's Auto Repair, and Tony's Muffler Brakes. And I hear there's a dispensary that maybe MJ Dispensary. Thank you very much for sponsoring us here at the Dragway. We're glad you guys are able to make this all happen. And now let's get back to some of the racing action.
We can't forget about the Bob Johnson Auto Group. We don't know how many of them are here and if they're here every week, but Bob Johnson, they do a lot, and I mean an absolute lot, to keep us racing here every weekend. Dave Markle, Craig Giordano. 18th out up front was Giordano, and down at the top end, how about 5 above, taking a bunch as something goes on with Markle's dragster. Tyler Rudolph and Brett Bennett. Tyler Rudolph, the Wolf Trucking Machine in the Lamb Pro left lane. 4:38, the quick time, going to be chasing down Brett Bennett. Brett dialed in at a 4:54 in the Ensinger right lane.
The man in the left lane was last year's Empire Outlaws top dragster champion. He's out here this year trying to repeat the title.
Three south separate them up front and down track. It's going to be all Brett Bennett. He was 3 thou ahead. The double breakout win going to Brett Bennett as he was 3 thou ahead, but ends up getting 3 thou behind to Tyler Rudolph, who ends up breaking out by 5 thousandths of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street, we need you guys down to lanes 8 and 9. Street, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Box, no box, you guys are on standby. Box, no box, you guys are on standby. Street, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Salemi, the free pass down the track, goes 20 up front, dead 424 total on the free let go. As that rounds out elimination round number 1 of Top Dragster. The fastest door cars on the property are in the chute and ready to roll. Top Sportsman, round number 1 rolling out next. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit. Street, come on down the lanes 8 and 9. Street, come on down the lanes 8 and 9.
Andy Gregory, the man in the chop top Bel Air. Land Pro left lane, guess on the glass for him is going to be a 438. Hoping to chase down and just barely get in front of Tony Madonia. Madonia's in the 63 split window in the right lane. Guess on his plexiglass is going to be a 480. 410's going to separate these drivers up front. And down at the top end, who is going to be in front? $18 to a 34. Madonia turns on the light first, but Gregory's going to get down through the top end. 446 on a 438 dial-in. As Madonia runs 504 on his 480 dial-in. Gregory moving in to round number 2.
Doug Linden, Dirty Doug, and Dan Germano. Dan, 4:26, I guess, on the glass. Doug Linden, the 4:85 predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. $55 to a $347. Doug Linden is in full control of that lap, and he never turns around. Doug Linden had the GPS set to Walmart and goes all the way to the end of the track as Dan Germano was 347 on the let go and goes one above with a 9 to get the win against White Doug Linden. Charlie Emler Jr., 4:23, the guys on the glass out of the Insinger right lane, going up against a Gunther Automotive machine in the Land Pro left lane. Jennifer going to try and pilot that piece all the way down to the scoreboard. Six across the board. 310 is the difference up front, but it's going to be Charlie Emler Jr. A 25 on the 23 dial stick, a 1 on it. Getting the win as Jennifer Gunther breaks out by 25 thousandths of a second. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box. Box. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. Box. Box. Coming out of lanes 4 and 5. Box. We need you to lanes 4 and 5. Box. Coming out of lanes 4 and 5. No box. You guys are on standby. 650. 550. 650. Rolling out of the staging lanes right now. Cole Ferry, the broke single, his competitor not able to make the call. Same outcome as a wait and see buy, but the difference is your competitor, well, he had some unfortunate circumstances. So Cole Ferry, the 650 class, the index they're trying to run. He's got the freebie this time down. $76 up front and down track. It's going to be nowhere near 650. 754 with an 8. Joe Mercurio and Chris Scarlotta. Scarlotta in that brand new old Chevy 2 in the Insinger right lane. Mercurio, Lampro left lane. Scarlotta trip zip for Mercurio, nowhere near. As they get down to the top, and he goes one above with a 5. As Mercurio tries to get around him, but can't mathematically do it. Chris Scarlotta eligible for the next round in competition. Brian Erath, the Corvette in the Insinger right lane, going to get another mechanical buy run. His competitor not able to make the call. Attention in the pit street. You guys should be in 8 and 9. Box, we want you in 4 and 5. No box. You guys are on standby. No box. You guys are on standby. Fragamani and Matt Himes, they're going to take a lap down track now. Himes goes dead 9.23 up front. He is 32 total.
Rachel Jewell, I have updated ladders here in the tower. I am not able to get them to you at the moment, so if you could send somebody to stop up and get the updated ladders, Rachel Jewell, I have your updated ladders.
Round 1 of elimination for street competition rolling into the water box.
Rachel Jewell, I have your updated ladders. I'm unable to run over and grab them for you to drop them off to you at the moment, but I do have your updated ladders, so please send somebody out.
Bacon going to get the wind lamp there. 67 up front. Pat Toomey, he throws on the red bulb by 36 thousandths of a second. 7:72 on the 69 predicted dial-in time. And now we have a battle of the pick-em-up trucks. That's right. Jim Zag in the Insinger right lane and driver not on file, the Land Pro left lane. 1262 to an 843. Emily Rowland. She gets out and, well, it's green. We'll say that. Jim Zag, he is going to lay chase. Down track, Jim Zag goes 3 above. Is Emily Rowland. She was 252 up front and going a whole lot under that predicted dial-in time. John Pelican, this time he is in the Chevy Chevelle in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Mr. Wait and See By in no box. That's Daniel French. Daniel getting his first career win this year. And he's going to try and pick up another one. He is in the Insinger right lane, 9:28, the guess on the glass. John, 7:89, the predicted dial-in time. Both drivers are away and green, and one of them's way better than the other. Down track, the double breakout win going to John Pelican, 84 with a 5 on the 89 dial. DJ Donnie Razor, Mr. NHRA IHRA Super Stock Champion himself. He's got a couple Wallies this year. He's going to try and add to the collection here today. He's made it to a bunch of final rounds up in Toronto Motorplex. And here he is in the Mercedes-Benz. Tyler Spilek, he's next to him. Spilek's going to lay chase, and one of them's better than the other. Spilek going to try and hunt him down 660 feet later. It's going to be DJ Donnie Razor. Oh, Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz? Donnie Razor did. Gary French, illegal regal, double classing it today. He is in no box and street, throwing on the stage ball. Driver unknown, Brandon Lewis, he's in the Cadillac. And it seems like he knows what he's doing. Both of them are away and green. One of them only has a little bit of an advantage over the other. As the Cadillac ends up breaking out by a bunch, taking a bunch. Gary French, he was 49 up front and only 11 under the predicted dial-in time.
Neil O'Connell out of Spencerport, New York. He takes that Camaro down for the freebie on his 788 dial-in. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Please head over to Randy and Rachel Jewell's tent for your chip draw. That's right. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw. The Jewels are looking to get the chip draw done. So head on over to their tent and get in on the chip draw. Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Spidey, Sam Chapman, and Brad Perkins going to be taking the tree together here for round number 1 of box competition. Brad's driving the rental ride of Don Kiko's Roadster. 552 is what he's got flashed on his dial-in board today. And he's hoping to chase down Spidey Sam Chapman. Spidey Sam's down in at a 555. 300 is going to separate him up front, going to see who gets down through the 661st.
$18 to a 10, 8,000 separate him up front as Brad Perkins is behind, but ends up putting on the win light, taking a whole lot down at the top end. As Sam Chapman, Spidey Sam, ends up having some issues, I'm going to assume, before the 60-foot. Homer Gray, Land Pro left lane, going up against Little Willie William Balzer, the Insinger right lane. 666 to a 526. Homer Gray going to try and chase down William Balzer. $30 to a 31, 1,000 the difference up front, and down at the top end of the track, it's going to be all Little Willie. Dead 838 total as he puts on the win light in the Insinger right lane. Zoe Von Soar and Kane Gregory. Kane, he's in the long and skinny 5'11", the guess on the glass. Going up against the slow time of Zoe Von Soar, 663, the predicted dial-in time for the Chevy pick-em-up truck. $15 to a 23, Zoe Von Soar is in charge. Down track, she's going to end up breaking out, giving the win back over to Kane Gregory. Breaking out by 22 thousandths of a second, taking 13 thousandths of a second. Ron Schillinger, he tried taking a swing at the wait and see by the last lap out. Ended up being dethroned by not one, not two, but three other people. Dialed into the 698. Gonna get chased down by Mr. Kajaw. $13 red to 1.25 green. The Camaro coming back for another lap after having an issue in the Insinger right lane. Randy Teed coming up to the tree now, 583. The guess on the glass for the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Going up against Tim Antenoria. Tim over in the Insinger right lane. He's going to predict a 573. Randy T, 004 up front, has a lot to work with and goes 13 above to put on the win light. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, no box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lanes 2 and 3. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. No box, no box. Come on down to lanes 2 and 3. Daniel Fuller winning that one. 18 thou. He was 1 behind on the let go, but goes 16 above the predicted dial-in time. Taking 8 thou to put on the win light. Here comes Lou Sanus. Over in the insinger right lane, 5:54. The predicted dial-in time going up against the fabulous Paul Kochi. Kochi in the Demon, 6:32. The predicted dial-in time. Lou, he's going to try and chase down Paul Kochi, but hopefully Mr. Sanus, Lou Sanus, he can end up going 660 feet, just a little bit better than the fabulous Paul Kochi over in the Lampro left lane.
We've got ourselves a staging battle. Neither
Here goes the
driver
turn down.
wants to bump in. This is awesome. Fabulous Paul and Lou Sanus. Neither driver wants to turn on the stage bulb. How long can
Nobody
these
but you.
drivers go?
Oh,
Melissa Samard is loving
Paul
it down
Kochi,
there.
he goes a bump. He throws on the bulb. Lou Sanus, he's not far behind him. 11-10 to a 31-20 thou behind is Lou Sanus, as he's got some work to do, but down at the top end, it's going to be the fabulous Paul Kochi, 18 thou above the predicted dial-in time, and Lou Sanus is eligible for the re-entry round. Gracie Heinrich in the Dirty Dan Special. That's right, the Cobalt and the Land Pro left lane. 596, I guess, on the glass. Going to be trying to chase down Mr. Bollinger. Bollinger in the insinger right lane rolls through the beams, comes back, and tries to do it again. Gracie waiting patiently for her tree to set. Gracie Heinrich behind by a lot, giving the win over to James Poole. Carl Bollinger. Little Kavi Samard, the high school graduate out here trying to turn on wind bulbs and making money for college. 679, the guys on the glass, going to be trying to run away from Big Billy Balzer.
Justin.
The Duster in the Land Pro left lane.
I don't know who this Kevy Smart is, but that is Robin Banks behind the wheel of that machine.
Tim Kawaz and Paige Montgomery. 2 thou separate them up front, but it's going to be all Kawaz. He was 2 thou behind, but the double breakout win going to go his way. Paige Montgomery goes 607 on a 609 dial. Tim Kawaz, he was a little bit closer, but still under to put on the win light. Angelo Ragusa and Scott Barron. The Heartbreaker over the Insinger right lane, 664. The predicted dial-in time going to be trying to run away from the Ragusa wagon. Ragusa dialed in at a 587. (15 to a 33). Scott Barron has the advantage. And down track, it's going to be Scott Barron. The double breakout win going to Little Barron's way. He was 16 thou off the dial-in, but only takes 7 thou at the top end. Vincent Giordano, 005 up front as Tom Crewer tried to smack it, but smacks it too hard. He goes dead 6, but goes red, and it's going to be Vincent Giordano. 12 on a 14 dial after being 005 up front. Ed Ross and Chuck Mendola. Ross, the Camaro and the Lampro left lane. 605 to Chuck Mendola's 588. 12 thou too soon on the let go was Ross Mendola. He was 27 thou too quick as well. But it's not about who does it worse. It's about who does it first. And it was all Chuck Mendola coming back for the next round of competition. Craig Giordano this time, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 481, going up against Jerry Nowak. Jerry, he's in the door car. 571, the predicted dial-in time, and again, Singer right lane. 32 to a 003. The long and skinny has the advantage, and down track, he is going to go 16 above. 19 total leaves Jerry Nowak mathematically ineligible. Bob Barber. John Cooper rolling up to the tree now. John Cooper, he's in the long and skinny. Bob Barber, he is in the Camaro, the Bad Company Camaro, dialed in at a 612. John Cooper with the quick time, 481, the predicted dial-in time. $12 to a 23, and it's all Bob Barber. 14-0, taking 4 thou at the top end. Trying to tighten it up, make sure he doesn't break out, getting the win as he was ahead on the let go.
Attention in the pits, Dan Shack. We are looking for you in the tower, Dan Shack. We're looking for you up in the tower.
TJ Mandola and Howie Samard. Howie in the Lamb Pro left lane. 6:37 to a 6:32, and almost heads up race between the two of them. $29 to a 002. TJ Mandola has control of the race. Goes 4 above, taking 52 thousandths of a second. Howie Samard was nowhere near the predicted dial-in time. Crystal Kerpier and Deanna Nugent. A battle of the long and skinnies. Deanna, she's in the Lamb Pro left lane. 5:05 the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Crystal Kerpier. Crystal dialed in at a 4:81. Crystal trip, zip, 1 too soon as she tried grabbing a perfect light. Deanna 008 goes 4 above and puts on the win light as Deanna Nugent eligible for the next round of competition.
Pete Maduri Sr. coming up in the Land Pro left lane. 6:12, he's got painted on the glass. He's hoping to get in front of and stay out in front of Jessica Bennett. Bennett in the long and skinny. 471 is what she's got flashed on that digital dial-in board. To a 009 too soon. Bennett lets go 9 thou too soon. She'll run dead on as Maduri is going to break out, running 1 under, looking up and seeing his win light turn on. Brandon Chittenden coming up next. Chittenden's in the pick-em-up truck left lane, dialed in at a 5:93. He's your slow time. Down in at a 5:93, hoping to get out in front of, stay out in front of the right lane, whose guest on the glass is a 5:39. Tyler Rudolph, the man in the long and skinny, 436 is what he's got flashed on his digital dial-in board. Hoping to chase down driver unknown right lane. Guess on the glass for him is a 6:45. Don Keikel and Johanna Cottrell. Don's in the long and skinny. 5:02 is what he is predicting to run. Rumor had it he hurt the car earlier. He's bringing it back around last pass with the lady with the that had the wait and see buy.
Don Keikel, 55 up front, going to chase down Johanna, who is 17. The double breakout win going to Don Keikel in the long and skinny. No box, round number 1, rolling out of the water box. Matt Vogler, Ben Height, they're rolling up to the tree. Ben Height in the Lampro left lane. 6:34, the guess on the glass. Matt Vogler going to try and chase him down. Vogler goes 29 red as Ben Height is 47 up front and coming back for round number 2. Brad Perkins in the Don Keikel Roadster, the precision crank shafts works machine in the Lampro left lane. 5:52, going to try and run away from Mike Ricusio. 6:50, the guys on the glass. 89 to a 15, and Mike is in full control of this one. How about 13 above after being 15 up front? 28 total leaves Brad Perkins mathematically ineligible. Pat Malboof and Tyler Spilak. Spilak, the tint shop Ford Mustang 779. The predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Pat Malboof. Dialed in at a 6:03. Malboof goes 12 red and gives it over to Tyler Spilak, who is going to come back for round number 2. Zoe Von Sir, 660, the predicted dial-in time for the S10 and the Land Pro left lane. Going to try and chase down Frank Fontana. Dialed in at a 7:02. $63 to a 71. Fontana is in control, but only by 0.08 of a second. Down at the top end, dead 7 puts the win light on for Frank Fontana as he comes back for round number 2. Daryl Gilbert going to take a swing at the tree. 660, the predicted dial-in time. Going up against Theta Ball. Theta 7:27, the guess on the glass. Theta throws it 20 red, and Daryl Gilbert is nowhere near a good light as he is 93 up front and goes dead 5 to be 101 total. Ross Story and Claude Parr going to take a swing at it now. Claude Parr is 11th thou away from a perfect light and goes 1 above with a 1. He is 22 total, leaving Russ Story mathematically ineligible. Kevin Fuller, 680, the guess on the glass for the LS-powered Camaro. Going up against Driver Not on File in the right lane, and Driver Not on File. How about 2 10,000, the itty-bitty tiny ones, as he throws on the red bulb and isn't happy about it. Going to parade himself down track as Kevin Fuller goes 76 on the 80 dial to come back for the next round of competition. Trevor Schwartz and Mike Hickey. The man's owned that Mopar longer than I've been alive. Since he was 16 years old out of Batavia, New York. 672, the guess on the glass. Trevor Schwartz going to try and knock him out of competition, though. 610, the predicted dial-in time in the Land Pro left lane. 5 for Trevor Schwartz. As they get down track, it's going to be Trevor Schwartz. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be your round 2 wait and see by 0005 on the let go for Trevor Schwartz. Coming back for round number 2. Dave Stulak and Ozzie Williams rolling up to the tree right now. Stulak, he's in the Chevy in the Land Pro left lane. 641, the predicted dial-in time. Ozzie Williams in the Mopar. He is over in the Insinger right lane. Good to guess a 676. 44 to a 66, 22 thou separate them up front. It's going to be all Ozzie Williams. 27 off the dial, taking 8 thou at the top end to put on the lamp and come back for round number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we do a re-entry round. That's right. We do have buybacks coming up for the people who don't do so hot in round number 1. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe you weren't that good. But either way, we are doing buybacks. That's right. If at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking until you do succeed. And we are going to let you. That's right. Re-entry round after round number 1. Mark Leota and Ryan Ricketson. Leota goes 25 red. Ryan Ricketson in the Traveling Jones machine goes 18 up front, 77 on an 80 dial. And Ryan Ricketson is coming back for round number 2. Lynn is not a lady. Lynn Salisbury, the Danger Ranger in the Insinger right lane. 657, I guess, on the glass, going up against Tom Reed. Tom dialed in at a 676. As they get away, Tom Reed's 20 thou ahead on the let go. And down track, the double breakout win going to Tom Reed. He was only 4 thou under the predicted dial in time. Jim Noto out of Ontario, New York. He's in the Falcon and Lamb Pro left lane. 5:88 the quick time. Going to be chasing down Joe Buscella. Noto, though, had no idea what was going on the tree, and Joe Buscella, he's 18 up front, but gives it back to Noto, taking a mile at the top end. Another one where the GPS was set to Walmart and never looked over his shoulder. Joe Buscella qualifies for the re-entry round. Brandon I. Malley and Jeff Hetrick. Hetrick over in the Insinger right lane, 7:35. The guys on the glass out of Lancaster, New York. Brandon I. Malley, he was swinging for the wait and see buy, and well, we wait and we saw, and he didn't get the buy. Here he is racing Jeff Hetrick, 6:84. The guys on the glass in the Land Pro left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box buybacks, box buybacks. We want to see you in 4 and 5. Brandon I. Malley putting on the win lamp that last lap out. He broke out, but only by 14 thou. The guy next to him broke out by 43 thou, taking 34 thou at the end of the track. Jerry Saracuccia, the only man to foot brake a roadster successfully here on the property. Pat Toomey, he's up next to him, the streetcar in the Insinger right lane. 8:37 to a 5:70. Talk about a split. 45 to 141. Jerry Saracuccia's got a lot of work to do down at the top end, though. The breakout win going over to Pat Toomey, who ends up running a 44 on the 37 dial to come back for round number 2. Matt Stinman and Andrew Zimmer. Stinman, the Ford Mustang, 6:53, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to chase down Andrew Zimmer. Zimmer dialed in at a 7:27. $310 to a 45, and it's going to be all Andrew Zimmer going dead 6. How about that? 51 total for Andrew Zimmer, leaving Matt Stinman mathematically ineligible. Amy Reed and Nolan Eckert. 674 to a 676. Nolan, he's got a lot of work to do, about 30,000's worth of work to do, as Amy Reed's 27 up front. And it's going to be a dead 5 run. 32 total for Amy Reed, leaving Nolan Eckert mathematically ineligible. Chris Dugas, the gas man, going up against Richie LeBerry. Dugas, 11 red, LeBerry, 41 up front. Going to take the free pass and get the data. And LeBerry ends up breaking out by 30 thousandths of a second, but still gets a win coming back for round number 2. Box buybacks. Come on down to 4 and 5. Box buybacks. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. If you didn't do so hot in round number 1 and you try and get back into it, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Box buybacks. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. Topless Timmy and Colin Cahill, 38 to 133. Cahill, he had the advantage and gets the win light going in the double breakout win that way in the Lamb Pro left lane. Gary French, illegal regal in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 784. Driver unknown, the Land Pro left lane. The Camaro dialed in at a 716. Bill Kraft and John Little in the Ford Mustang, the Land Pro left lane. Bill Kraft, the Copo Camaro, the Kraft Racing Machine in the Insinger right lane. 627 to a 675. As John Little gets the win, Bill Kraft throwing on the red ball by a lot and down track. John Little gets the data going a 8 thou under the predicted dial-in time. Davey Markle and Ken I. Malley. Markle, Lamb Pro left lane. 633, the guess on the glass. Killer Ken I. Malley. The Turd Hurdler Chevelle dialed in at a 597. Double 09 to a 29, and I. Malley is in trouble. 20 thousandths of a second in trouble. And down track, it's going to be Davey Markle. Double 09, 13 above. How about 24 total, leaving Ken I. Malley mathematically ineligible. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, one of the baddest off the bottom bulbs. He's in Lamb Pro left lane now, going heads up against Alan Berg. Alan, he's dialed in at a 683. Reed Ricketson dialed in at a 683. Double 05 to 115, and Allen has no control. Down at the top end, it's going to be all Reed Ricketson. Double 05 up front and goes 26 off the dial-in. 31 total to leave Mr. Bug Mathematically ineligible. Mike DeMario, Joe Staub Jr. Joe, 695, the guess on the glass. Going to be trying to run away from Mike DeMario. Mike in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at a 608. 32 thou too soon for the Staub's Automotive machine as Mike DeMario, 43 up front, and goes 22 thou under to come back for another lap in round number 2. Mike Staub, Sam DeMario. DeMario goes 1 thou red. Staub, he was 35 up front and 11 under. His dial-in time, getting the data, coming back for the next round of competition. John Abracha, the Ensinger right lane. The Camaro dialed in at a 690. Going to be trying to chase down the man in the Lampro left lane. 789, the guess on the glass. $16 thou too soon as John, he's 247 up front for the win. And here comes the man that got the wait and see bye. We waited and we saw he doesn't have the bye. Daniel French, he was trip zip 3 on the let go in the round that counts. He's got to race Matt Himes now. Matt over in the Lampro left lane, dialed in at a 650. Daniel French, he's going to guess a 920 in the Camaro in the Ensinger right lane. Daniel, 12 thou too soon as Matt Himes goes 10 green. And going from A to B, goes a 644 with an 8. Attention in the pit, street buybacks, street buybacks. Street buybacks. We want to see you in 8 and 9. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. Come on down the lanes 8 and 9. Box buybacks. You guys should be in 4 and 5. Box buybacks. You guys should be in 4 and 5. No box buybacks. No box buybacks. We know you just ran. We're going to give you a minute to cool and fuel. But no box buybacks. We would like to call you in a little bit so you guys are on standby. And we want to take a quiet minute to thank everybody who makes racing here possible. The Staub's Automotive Group. I know they got a bunch of cars out of the stable here having fun at Empire Dragway. And ladies and gentlemen, I have the winning 50-50 ticket in my hand. You are going to go to Rachel Jules Traller. That's right, the Outlaws 585 pop-up tent. That's where you're going to go to claim this prize. So get out your 50-50 tickets. If you have a red ticket, and it number is 131829, you are the big winner. Once again, the 50-50 winner is a red ticket. 131829. Jump up and down, shake it all around. You got money coming your way. 131829. That is your winning 50-50 ticket. We're going to give everyone a minute to get back down to the staging lane. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. We called you. If you want to come back into competition, race your way in. You're coming down to lanes 8 and 9. Box buybacks. Box buybacks. We want to see you in 4 and 5. Just as the Three Stooges said, if at first you don't succeed, keep on sucking until you do succeed. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. And that's what we're trying to figure out here at Empire Dragway. We are going into round 2 of competition, and if you didn't do so hot in round number 1, you got a shot to do it again. Street buybacks. Street buybacks. Come on down to 8 and 9. Box buybacks. Box buybacks. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. We want to thank the Bob Johnson's Auto Group for doing everything they do to let us do what we do here at Empire Dragway. Stobbs Automotive. Mac Tools, that's right. You call Casey Parmelli, 585-305. Call 585-305-2834. That's right. Casey will sell you all the best Mac tools you can use to go ahead and work on that fast car you got in the garage. New Way Auto Parts, Burt's Lumber, DPS. That's right. Dave's Pool Services. Dave the Pool Boy. Don't know where he is this weekend, but normally he's out here running that beautiful Camaro up and down the track.
Last time I saw Dave, his car was still in the shop. It must have been in a coat of primer and Bondo and sand it all down, but that thing was in the shop. And how about that? Brandon Iamale runs on up here with a winning ticket, and we send him away. The man who snapped his crank is going to get a little bit of that pocket dampered by this 50-50 drawing. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, you don't win money racing, you just kind of recuperate money.
Just a little bit. You don't ever get it all back.
If you want to be a millionaire racing, you start with $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's the easiest way to do it. John Pelican out of Pelican Motors, thanks for showing up today. We were just talking about you and that absolutely gorgeous red Chevelle that you bring out here every weekend in the years past. We want to see it again. Don't know why you're out here in the grocery getter, but we want to see you in the race car. And the track staff. Every one of them guys in a red shirt sitting in the sun today. What they do is paramount for what these guys do here week in and week out. It's a labor of love. If you don't love it, you're really going to hate it, and you're going to hate it quick. We got a good job up here in the tower. You know, cushy job, air conditioning, a little bit of AC blowing, but it ain't nothing like them guys are going through under the stands, under the pop-ups, trying to stay cool, trying to stay out of the sun as we roll into street buybacks. Brandon Lewis, a four-door Lincoln. Going to try and take another swing at it. 11:55, the guess on the glass out of the Land Pro left lane. Tyler Spilak, he is in the Tint Shop Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. 779, going to be sitting there for a minute trying to chase down Tyler Lewis. $146 to a 41. 100,000 separate them up front as they get down to the nitty-gritty. It's going to be all Tyler Spilak. 781 on the 79 dial. Daniel French and Pat Toomey. Pat Toomey, the Firebird and Land Pro, left lane. 8:39, the gas on the glass. Daniel Frenchie, Insinger, right lane. 9:20, the predicted dial-in time. Sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Daniel French, trip, zip, 3. Gets the wait and see by. Now he's fighting to stay in competition. 119 red this time down. Pat Toomey gets to go ahead into round number 2. Toomey. 39 was the guess, goes dead 848 total. As we go into box buyback competition. And attention in the pits, no box buybacks. No box buybacks. Come on out of the staging lanes. No box, come on out of the staging lanes. No box buybacks. No box buybacks. Come on out into lanes 2 and 3. Angelo Ragusa and Tom Crewer. Crewer, 60,000 too soon on the let go. Gives Angelo Ragusa the go-ahead into round number 2. One above with a 0, 10,000 off the predicted dial-in time. And the Ragusa wagon is coming back for round number 2.
Ed Ross and Jerry Nowak. Jerry's out in New York, driving the Arrow over there in the right lane. He's got 572 painted on the plexiglass of that Mopar machine. Ed Ross over here in the Tower side, Land Pro left lane. 605, he's got painted on the window. Hoping to get away and stay away from the right lane. 0032 too soon for Ed Ross as Nowak goes 007 green. He'll run it out. Let's start seeing his win light was on 571 on a 572 dial-in as Nowak moves into round number 2 of competition. Zoe Von Sir, Chevy pick-em-up truck. That is the Mills Racecraft machine. 662 is what she's got painted on the window. Hoping to get out in front of and stay out in front of Paige Montgomery. Montgomery in the Insinger right lane. 606 is what she is dialed in at. Both drivers swinging and missing here. 111 to a 120. Zoe's got an advantage, though. Double breakout win goes to Zoe Von Sir. 661. 9 slap a 1 on the back of it. That's right, 910 thou under her dial-in to turn on the win light. $550. You guys are on standby. $550. You guys are on standby. Top Sportsman, Top Dragster, you guys are also on standby. And $650, you guys, your semifinal is on standby. If I'm sitting pretty and remembering what I remember, Phil Scarlatta has the bye in 550. He took down your number 2 qualifier, Jacob Edwards. As Jacob went a little too quick, too soon, he ran dead on his dial, but turned on the red light up front. And unfortunately, a red light does not win a race in competition. 550 is on standby. Top Drags for Top Sportsman. You guys are on standby as well. This is the buyback round for box competitors. That's right, box competitors buyback round. The drivers that weren't so lucky in round number 1 going to be paying a few extra bucks to try their luck again. John Cooper, 481. He's got on that long and skinny in the right lane. Jessica Bennett, you're going to be leaving a 10th after. 471, she's got punched into that digital dial-in board of hers.
Cooper, 5 thou red, giving it to Jessica Bennett. 50 up front, goes 8 thou under the predicted dial-in time. Here comes Lou Sanus. The in-singer right lane dialed in to 553. Going to try and chase down driver unknown in the Lamb Pro left lane. 630, the guys on the glass for the Chevy.
Steve Marshall Jr. Double 03 up front. Chris Van Ballen is in trouble. Chris Van Ballen, though, he's going to run dead on 8 to turn on the win light after being behind by 13 thou up front.
Ross Story and Joe Buscella. Story, the Ford Mustang, 5:92, the predicted island time. Joe, the Firebird, and the Insinger, right lane. 43 to a 32. Joe's got some work to do, but down at the top end. The breakout win going back to Russ Story. Joe takes 007 to break out by 008, leaving him mathematically ineligible. Lynn, not a lady, Salisbury. The Insinger right lane, 6:56, a predicted dial-in time for the Danger Ranger, going up against Bad Brad Perkins. Perkins, the Roadster, dialed in at a 5:50. Perkins, 38 thou, too soon on the let go, gives it to Lynn Salisbury. Joe Staub Jr. and Killer Ken Imalley. Imalley, the Insinger right lane, 5:97, the quick time. Going to be trying to chase down Joe Staub. Staub in the Mopar in the Lampro left lane, 6:95, the guys on the glass. Staub rolls away at a 47 as Imalley is 68 on the let go. 11 separate them up front, going dead 2 for Killer Ken Imalley.
Chris Dugas pulled in last minute. He was the last man for his second round of time trials, the round that counted. He literally came rolling through the burnout box. Was not expecting to see him at all. 7:06 is what he's getting away with. 12 to a 46, he's controlling this race. He let go a little too soon last time, and down track, it's going to be all Chris Dugas. He runs 7:06 on his 7:06.
Maybe it's your train plug.
To be 12 total. Chris Dugas, 12 total, moving in to round number 2. Theta Ball, 7:26 for the Mopar in the right lane. Hoping to get out in front of and stay out in front of Dave Stutlak. Dave's out of Lancaster, New York, 72 Chevelle, 641 is what he's trying to run. 110 to a 73, balls in the court, and she's gonna hand it back over, getting on the brakes a little too hard. 644 to us on a 641 dial-in after swinging and missing up front, is able to turn on the win light, moving in to round number 2. How about Jerry Siracusa? The man in the Roadster, 569 is what he's predicting he's gonna run. Hoping to chase down Sam DeMario. That's right, Sam's out of Webster, New York. 82 Firebird dialed in at a 619. 550, the time is now. Come on down to 4 and 5. 550. Come on down to 4 and 5. You've got your ladder. You know your partner. Find your partner in the staging lanes and come on up. 550, we're looking for you. How about this? 005 on track for Mr. DeMario. DeMario's going to run 2 above after being 005 up front. Turning on the win light. Zoe Von Sir, 662 is what she's hoping she's going to run. Hoping to chase down the man in the right lane. Challenger out of Spencerport, New York, that's going to be Neil O'Connell. O'Connell's got 789 painted on the side of that Scat Pack. Justin Sass munching down his burger. O'Connell's 94. Von Sir's 39. She's ahead by 60 thou. Top end, though, it's going to be all Zoe Von Sir. She's going to run dead 6 after being 39 up front to be 39 total. O'Connell's going to run 2 under, not anywhere close to where he needs to be. Sass is back in control of the mic. What do we got on here, Justin Sass?
That's Nolan Eckert and Jeff Hetrick. Nolan Eckert 672 to Jeff Hetrick 731. Hetrick was 003 on the let go. Nolan tried smacking it and smacked it too hard. 5 thou red for the S10 in the Land Pro left lane as Jeff Hetrick 003 up front and goes 25 thou over the predicted dial-in time to come back for round number 2.
We're going to be doing a little bit more track prep here in preparation of round number 2 for 550, 650, top sportsman, and top dragster. So if I listed your class in the last 10 seconds, why don't you guys come on down to the staging lanes? Top dragster, you're in 8 and 9. Top sportsman, you're in 6 and 7. 550. We need you guys in 4 and 5. And 650. Why don't you guys come on down to 11 and 12 on the hot pit side for your semifinal. So again, we're going to be on a quick little 15-minute break. Get the track back to where it needs to be. And then we're going to be coming back with 550.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top dragster, top sportsman, and 650. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster, top sportsman, and 650. Come on down to the staging lanes. Top dragster in 8 and 9. Top sportsman. We want you in 6 and 7. 650, 650. Hot car side 11 and 12. 550, round number 2. Firing up the power plants, got the brain buckets on, getting strapped in and ready to go. Joey Rolfe rolling out of the water box in the land pro left lane. 550 the index, 5/10 pro tree. All the bulbs come on at once, they come down, and away you go. If you go too quick, the red bulb comes on. If you don't do better than the guy next to you, well, you are only eligible to be reaching into the cooler. Tamara Gray, the Insinger right lane. Voodoo Vixen, the Chevy Camaro, trying to make a lap to stay alive to come back for another pass in round number 3. '86 to 144. The advantage to the left lane, but down at the top end, it's gonna stay the left lane. Joey Rolfe, 86 up front, goes 59 on a 50 dialing to come back for the next round of competition. Jason Benzie, Mr. 550 himself, the street-driven Camaro in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Kyle Bernard. Kyle, the Insinger right lane, he is in the old generation Camaro. Jason, let's go. 005, 3 above for the win. 35 total, locking out Kyle Bernard, who was 53 up front and mathematically ineligible after the let go. Alyssa Ardillo this time out in the Lampro left lane, going up against Joey Centoro. Joey, the Insinger right lane. '48 to 191. Alyssa Ardillo has the advantage as she goes 35 thou off her predicted dial-in time. Tom Cameron and Eric Turry. Eric, the big body Mopar in the Insinger right lane. Tom in the Mustang in the Land Pro left lane. '46 to a 13. Eric Turry is in control. Down track, it's gonna go 29 thou above the predicted dial-in time after being 13 up front, as Eric Turry puts the recipe together and puts on the win light. Phil Scarlatta getting the broke by his competitor, not able to make the call. Doesn't matter what he does here. He can go red, he can break out. It's all about the data. 003 too soon on the let go as he's 3 thou away from a perfect light. Going a 46 with a 931 thou under. that 550 index number. And your final two in the 550 index class, round number 2 of racing action. Steph Malice in the Land Pro left lane. The Ford Mustang going to try and take out the Chevy Camaro of Joe Murrow. Joe, the Insinger, right lane. 550 the index between the two. Neither car in a hurry to put on the stage beam, but once it's on, it's on. Steph Malice going a little too far through the beams as Joe Murrow gets the lamp to come back for round number 2. Top dragster, next round of competition, rolling into the water box. Brett Bennett, 25 up front, goes dead on 2 on the freebie pass to come back around for the next round of competition. Cody Reome, and that's not the shoe. Nope, that's not the boot. That is Tony the Shoe Platania. $456 to a $445. Cody Reome, the Land Pro left lane. Anthony Platania, the Insinger right lane. Platania going to get out first. Riom going to try and chase him down. 660 feet later, we are going to have a winner. To an 11. Cody Riom's ahead, but not by a lot. As Anthony Platania tries to drive around him, but in the double breakout win, it's going back over to Cody Riom. Davey Markle and Lucas Salemi. Markle, 4:45, the guess on the glass on the Land Pro left lane. Lucas Salemi, 4:32, the quick time in the Insinger right lane. Control, but ends up giving the win back over to Lucas Salemi, who was 2 thou behind to end up being 3 thou ahead at the finish line. Both drivers going to look at that as one of the best passes they've had and still not able to get it done.
9 thou total in the left lane for Davey Markle is not good enough, as Lucas Salemi goes 5 thou total.
So what you're saying is a 5's better than a 9?
5 is better than 9. In bracket racing, the only thing we like to brag about is having a small package.
Craig Giordano and Mysterious Joe Masulo. Masulo over in the Insinger right lane. Giordano in the Land Pro left lane. 481 to a 451. 0.3 of a second separate the two of them. Masulo, he's going to try and chase down Giordano. Giordano, he's going to be the one that gets to get away first. $16 to an 18, 2,000 difference up front between the two of them, and down at the top end, the double breakout win going to Craig Giordano. He goes at 480 with a 2 on the 481 dialing to come back for the next round of competition. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Street, come on out of the staging lane. Street, we want you in 8 and a 9. Street, round 2, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Street competitors, we need you in lanes 8 and 9. John Pelican, you have the wait and see by. Street. Come on down to lanes 8 and 9. John Pelican, you have the wait and see by. And box competitors, come on down to 4 and 5. Box competitors, coming out of 4 and 5. TJ Mandola, you have the wait and see by. Box. Come on out of lanes 4 and 5. TJ Mandola, you have the wait and see by. Charlie Emler Jr., Andy Gregory in the Tri-5 Chevy in the Insinger right lane. Emler Jr. in the Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. 424 to a 439. It's going to be Gregory getting away first, but it's going to be Emler trying to lay chase. 12 26 to a 19, 7 thou separate them up front and down at the top end. That advantage is going to go to a disadvantage, but the breakout win going over to Andy Gregory. Charlie Emler was 7 thou behind on the let go and ends up taking 9 thou at the top end to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Tom Simone, 4:75, the predicted dial-in time, going up against Dan Germano. Dan, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. He's got the quick time, 4:27, I guess, on the glass for the Insinger right lane. To a 17, Dan Germano had the advantage and goes down track dead 0-17 total. All Tom could do was let go of the button and watch the guy next to him mathematically lock him out. And the final 4 and 650 rolling into the water box. Two go down, one comes back. We will be then down to the final 2 in the class. Is it going to be Cole Ferry or Brian Erath coming back to the final round? Erath, he's in the Corvette. Ferry in the Ford Mustang in the Land Pro left lane. To 117, Erath is behind. And down at the top end, it's going to be Erath coming back around the whole shot win. Erath got out way late and ended up staying ahead after he drove around Cole Ferry. So it's going to be Brian Erath and the winner of these two. Is it going to be Matt Himes in the Deja Vu Boo Wagon, or is it going to be Chris Scarlatta? Scarlatta, the Nova in the right lane. Himes, the wagon in the left lane. Scarlatta goes red. 3 thou too soon on the let go. goes Matt Himes is 53 up front, going 1 above with a 4 on the back of it. It's going to be Matt Himes and Brian Erath coming back for the final in 650.
One thing you didn't just hear from Justin Sass was that beautiful burp, but one thing you're hearing from me is who's coming down track next. Pat Toomey, Firebird in the right lane, 839. He's got painted on the side of that thing. Hoping to chase down who, Justin?
Mr. DJ Donnie Razor, the Mercedes-Benz, dialed in at a 10:48. He ended up picking up 2 Wallies in one weekend at the same track. That's right, he's been to a bunch of final rounds already, and here he is going to try and get into another one. Nine cars in street class. Going to work our way on down to 7. Donnie Razor and Pat Toomey, both of them green and running. And down at the top end, Donnie Razor going to give it back to Pat Toomey. Donnie Razor breaking out by a whole 1/10 of a second, running a 38 on the 48 dial-in. As Pat Toomey was 36 breaking out by a mile, but only taking 0006 at the top end. Ken Bacon, Tyler Spilak. Spilak in the Tint Shop Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. Bacon in the Camaro in the left lane. 61 to a 97. Spilak is in trouble. And down track, it's going to be Ken Bacon. He goes 68 with a 0 on the 70 guess after being 61 up front. Neil O'Connell going to try and make something happen here in the next round of street, going up against Jim Zag in the pick-em-up truck. Jim Zag, 843, the guess on the glass, going to be trying to run away from O'Connell. 70 to a 90. 20 thousandths of a second separate them up front and down track. Jim Zag is going to get the win light. And a battle of the Frenches. One French is going to go down, and one French is going to come back. Daniel French, the 920 in the streetcar. Gary French, his father, the 776 in the illegal Regal. Neither of them going to give up a red light there. One's 174, the other one is 200. As they get down at track, it's going to be Daniel French as he goes dead on 8 after being 200 up front. John Pelican, Pelican Motors on his buy run. Taking that brand new Chevelle. It's a 454 big block. He was up here chatting up us in the tower. Got a Ford 9-inch in it, a decent stall converter, and a turbo 400. And that is the recipe for success if you're trying to get a big body Chevy to go down the track here at Empire Dragway. 772 on a 782 dial-in.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box. No box competitors. We need you guys to come on down to staging lanes for round number 2. That's right. No box competitors. We need you guys to come on down to the staging lanes for round number 2. If your name is Trevor Schwartz, congratulations. You're sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Tech lane 11, please. Mr. Trevor Schwartz. That's right. You are sitting on the wait and see by. This is box competitors. Round number 2. Brad Perkins over here in the Land Pro left lane. 550 is what he's predicting to run in Don Keekel's Roadster. Hoping to chase down driver unknown. Can't quite read the name on the glass of that car in the right lane. But they're dialed in at a 6:32. Hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Bad Brad. 42 too soon right lane. Brad goes 72 the right way. Top end, Brad's going to run dead 5 to be 72 total. Kane Gregory, the long and skinny in the right lane. That man has been on a mission this year, turning on a lot of win lights. Going well into the morning, down at 42 last weekend. Going up with Fabulous Paul Kochi. Fabulous Paul found himself runner-up in the... I can't remember what it was. I believe it was the Hetrick Memorial Race, the Rob Hetrick Memorial Sunday 3,500 to win race, or maybe that was the Andy McCula $4,000 to win top race. I believe that's what it actually was the Andy McCula $4K to win. He runner up that race just a few short weeks ago. 633 is what he's got painted on the glass of the Demon. 29 to a 16. Fabulous Paul's behind off the let go. Top end though, double breakout win goes in Paul's favor. He runs 1 under, Kane runs 2 under, and that is going to move Fabulous Paul into round number 3. Zoe Von Sir, Spencerport, New York, 662 is what she's hoping to run here in box round number 2. Going up with Lil Willie Balzer. Lil Willie's dialed in at a trip 6. That's right, 666 for the Camaro in the right lane. $32 too soon as Willie Balzer goes the right way. Randy Teed, recently engaged Land Pro left lane. 582 is what she's got painted on the glass of the Chocolate Thunder. Hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Don Keekel. He's got $4.99 posted in the digital dial-in boards.
Randy T 002, one above with an 8. She goes 20 total, locking out Scott Barron, or Don Keekel, who had nothing to do but watch after being 44 up front.
Trevor Schwartz, we're looking for you over in staging lane 11. That's right, I don't see you over there yet. So, Trevor Schwartz, we're looking for you down in staging lane 11. And speaking of Trevor Schwartz, he's a no-box racer. No-box competitors, you guys should be coming down to 2 and 3.
Double 05 for Bob Barber in the Bad Company Camaro, as he ends up giving the breakout win over to Scotty Barron, who was 29 up front, and ends up going just a little bit less under that predicted dial-in time. Tyler Rudolph, the Wolf Trucking Dragster in the Land Pro left lane, 4:36, a predicted dial-in time. Going up against Jerry Nowak. Jerry in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 570. Was Jerry, as Tyler wasn't that bad on the let-go. How about double 03? 21 thou too quick on the run, but it's all data as a wind lamp comes on after the tree comes down. Daniel Fuller, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane, 5:48. The gas on the glass. Going to be trying to chase down Pete Maduri Sr. Pete Maduri, the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 6:11. Fuller's 4 thou red as Pete Maduri was 11 on the let-go and goes 23 on the 11 dial-in. Tim Kawaz and Carl Bollinger. Bollinger, 6:17, the predicted dial-in time, and the Insinger right lane. Tim Kawaz, how about a 5:66 for a quick time? Bollinger throws it red by 12 thousandths of a second. Tim Kawaz 18 up front and goes 15 thou quicker than he thought he was gonna go.
Lou Sanis over there in the right lane. 26 ER is the car number, 552. He's got painted on the plexiglass. Chasing down Angelo Ragusa. Ragusa's the man in the wagon left lane. 584 is what he's predicting he's going to run.
Deanna Nugent, the long and skinny in the Land Pro left lane, going up against Chuck Mandola. Chuck, the chop top S10 in the Insinger right lane. 5:85, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be trying to run away from Deanna Nugent. Deanna dialed in at a 5:07. Trip zip 0 for Chuck Mendola as he goes 1 above stick, the 8 on the back, 18 total. Deanna Nugent had nothing to do but watch that lap happen right next to her.
Let's keep our head on a swivel on this one.
Billy Balzer and Kevy Samard. The rematch from round number 1. 674 is what Kevy is predicting he's going to run over there in the right lane. Billy Balzer over here in the left lane is predicting he's going to run a 570. Again, this is a first round rematch here in round number 2 of box competition. A trip zip 4 too soon. Billy Balzer goes 4-10 thou quick off the let go. He's gonna run dead 8 to his boots as well. Billy Balzer for the data. Trip zip 4, dead 8. Unfortunately, the trip zip 4 was too soon.
Brandon Shinden and Craig Giordano. Craig, the long and skinny, dialed into the 480. Going to be trying to chase down Brandon Shinden. Shinden in the S10. Going to guess a 593. $21 to an 11, 10 thou the difference up front going to Giordano as he goes 16 thou above. 27 total to only give Shinden a 6 thou pocket to try and park it as Shinden doesn't go there. Vincent Giordano and Jessica Bennett. Bennett, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 470, going to try and chase down Giordano. Giordano going to boast a 6:13 dial-in time. $35 to an 11 as Jessica Bennett was ahead on the let go, going dead 5. 16 total, leaving Vincent Giordano mathematically ineligible.
TJ Mendola had the best reaction time in the last round. He's going to be taking the tree alone here for the free entry into round number 3.
So are we not calling it? No box round number 2. Rolling into the water box. You win, you're going on. You lose, you're going home. Well, you don't have to go home. You can stay and drink a little if you brought some nice ice cold refreshments. But you're not going to be racing. The win light is the key to success. Ryan Ricketson, the Traveling Jones machine in the Land Pro left lane, 677, going to be running away from Claude Parr. Claude Stubby's toy over in the Insinger right lane, dialed in at a 633. To a 007. Claude Parr has the advantage. And the breakout win going to Claude Parr. 007 runs a 32 on the 33 dial. It's only 3/10 thou quicker than he had guessed. Davey Markle. Mike Riscato. Mike, the Insinger right lane, 649. Going to be trying to run away from Davey Markle. Davey dialed in at a 632.
Street competitors, we need you down to 8 and 9.
Three thou was the difference as Ricuso ends up going dead zero. The margin of victory, 004.
Street competitors, we need you guys down to staging lanes 8 and 9. Street competitors, we need you guys to staging lanes 8 and 9. Ken Bacon, it's Bacon. That's right, you're sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Come on down to staging lane 11. That's right, the tech lane for Kenny Bacon.
The wrong way for Tyler Spylak as he throws on the red bulb, giving Tom Reed the win into round number 3. Chris Dugas and Frank Fontana. 705 to a 702. Fontana going to be laying chase as Dugas gets away, but not by a lot. 41 to 120 for Frank Fontana is in trouble. And down track, it's going to be all Chris Dugas. A 707 with a 3, taking 37 thou up front. Brandon Imalley and Lynn Salisbury. Lynn, the Danger Ranger in the Insinger right lane. 6:58, the quick time. Going to be chasing down Brandon Imalley. Brandon dialed in at a 6:84. 71 to a 24 as Lynn Salisbury has an advantage, and it's by 47 thou down at the top end. He's going to end up running one above with a 196 at the stripe to be 11 thou off the dial. Darrell Gilbert, the Lampro left lane this time out. 6:60, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be chased down by Richie Labiri. Richie, he's dialed in at a 6:18. 35 to a 62. Labiri is in trouble. As they get down the track, it's going to be Darrell Gilbert going one above, stick a 2 on the back. 5 thou, the margin of victory. Dave Stulak this time in the Lampro left lane. Andrew Zimmer going to try and take him out. 727 to a 641. Zimmer is 62 to Stulak's 45. Stulak's got the advantage down track, and it's going to stay in Stulak's favor. 44 and a 41 dial after being 45 up front to come back for round number 3. Ross Story, Jeff Hetrick. Hetrick's got the 731. Story's going to try and chase him down. 83 to a 28. Jeff Hetrick has the advantage. And down track, it's going to come back to Russ Story. Jeff Hetrick breaking out by 23 thou, taking 79 thou at the stripe. Russ Story, though, going dead one after being 83 up front. Rowdy Reed Ricketson, the baddest off the bottom bulb, 683. The guest on the glass, going to be running up against Ozzie Williams. Ozzie, who was 80 up front, trying to get down track, is going to end up breaking out, trying to beat Reed Ricketson, who goes 2 above with a 0, taking 001 at the stripe. Kevin Fuller and John Little. John Little in the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. Kevin Fuller in the Land Pro left lane. 677 for the LS powered Camaro. Going to be running away from John Little. Dialed in at a 626. $59 to a 33. Kevin Fuller's in trouble, and it's going to be all John Little. He was 33 up front, goes 1 above with an 8 to put on the win light and come back for round number 3. Noto's 38 up front to driver not on file. He was 41 on the let-go, but goes dead 6 to take 36 thou at the stripe. Mike Staub, 660, the guys on the glass, going to try and run down Pat Toomey, who's going to be riding away with an 8:37 predicted dial-in time. Toomey in the streetcar. Staub in the Mopar, 70 to a 58. 12 thou the difference up front as they get down track, and it's going to be Pat Toomey going 24 thou off the dial, taking 009 at the stripe. Colin Cahill, Sam DeMario. DeMario, 618, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be chasing down Colin Cahill. Cahill in the Mustang in the Lampro left lane.
This race between these two drivers is going to see who can be the king of Webster. Both drivers representing Webster, New York, and their buddies. See who gets the race. DeMario, let's go. 19 too soon. And how about Cahill? 10 dead up front, turning on the win light as he left the tree.
Very unlike Mr. DeMario. 19th out too quick. Something must have been not right in the setup on that one. John Abraicha, and Matt Himes. Matt, the Deja Vu Boo Wagon. The Insinger right lane, 650, the predicted dial-in time. Going to be going to a final round in the 650 class, but here he's 27 thou too soon. Amy Reed and Babylon Ben Height. Ben Height in the Chevy Camaro. Amy Reed, the Diamond in the rough Mopar in the Lampro left lane. 673 to a 633. Amy Reed, she is going to get out of the hole first, and Ben Height's going to try and track her down.
Well, we're not too sure what happened that last pass. Either way, the track is clear. Mike DeMario in Singer right lane. 606, he's got flipped on his little flipper board there. Driver unknown left lane has got 715 painted on the glass of that Camaro.
Too soon on the let go as DeMario was 83 thou up front, going 11 ahead to come back for the next round of racing. Trevor Schwartz, the freebie. Going to make a lap now. 43,000 too soon. As Zoe Von Sor gets the green light into the next round of competition.
Five goes down to 3. Jim Zag, heavy Chevy pick-em-up truck. He drives that thing from Farmington here to race it week in and week out. He's even joined our points in street class here. He's going down track with John Pelicane. Mr. Zag's dialed in at an 8:36, hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of the Chevelle in the right lane. 454 under the hood of that 72, dialed in at a 772.
Jim Zag throwing on the red bulb, and John Pelican double 0-2 up front. 2 thou away from a perfect light as he goes a 76 on a 72 dial-in to come back for the round of 3. Pass to me, coming back for the next round of 3. Kenneth Bacon. It's Bacon, the Camaro. Going to try and make a lap now. Nobody next to him. As long as he keeps it off the wall and not over the center line of the track, he will be coming back around for the round of 3.
Box competitors, we need you guys down to the staging lanes. That's right, box competitors, come on down to the staging lanes. If your name is Mr. Sanus, that's right, congratulations, Lou. You are sitting pretty on the wait and see by. Mr. Sanus, come on down to Tech Lane 11. Lou, we're looking for you in that beautiful Dodge Daytona of that, whatever you want to call that conglomeration. But Mr. Lou, who? Lou.
Yo, chill out.
You don't want to say it. Mr. Sanus, come on down to Tech Lane 11. You're sitting pretty on the wait and see by.
I wonder if his parents knew that he got a provocative name like that.
I don't think they were really thinking because, you know, those Canadian guys, they drink a little too much maple syrup. They get a little crazy. They get a little crazy sometimes in the head.
Makes a lot of sense. So it's a fitting name, though.
Very fitting.
Lou Sanus. If you ever met a Lou Sanus, he definitely looks like a Lou Sanus.
He definitely looks like a Lou Sanus.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box, box, box. Come on down to the staging lanes. Box, come on down to lanes 4 and 5. We are missing 4 drivers. That's right. Box, box. Come on down to lanes 4 and 5. No box. You guys are on standby. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box, box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Box, box. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. If you won last round and you haven't come down to the staging lanes, box, box, box. Come on down to the staging lanes. And if you can't hear your loudspeaker, always remember, you can tune into 106.3 FM, the Empire Track radio station, for all of the round calls and all of the racing action. Box, box, box. Come on down to the staging lanes. We want to see you in lanes 4 and 5.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pete Maduri and Jessica Bennett. We are looking for you in the staging lanes. Pete Maduri and Jessica Bennett. That's right. We are looking for you for box round number 3 of competition. Jessica Bennett. And Pete Maduri. That's right. Pete Maduri, Jessica Bennett, we need you guys down to the staging lanes. Your competitors are down here waiting and baking in the sun. Maduri, there you are, pulling in late. And Bennett, we hope you are following suit soon after. But we have 13 of our 14 competitors. We are just about ready to go here at Empire Dragway for box round number 3 of competition.
Round 3 of box competition, rolling out of the water box. Craig Giordano and Brad Perkins. Brad Perkins in the Don Keekle Roadster. Dialed in at a 550. Giordano, the long and skinny, dialed in at a 481. To a 15, 1,000. The difference is the Keekle Roadster's in trouble, but going dead on is going to put him in victory lane. Brad Perkins, 1 ahead, dead 8. As Craig Giordano could do nothing but break out trying to make his way around. The fabulous Paul Cochi going up against Chuck Mendola. Chuck, the chop top S10 in the Insinger right lane. The fabulous Paul Cochi in the Land Pro left lane. 21 to a 55. Cochi's in control as they get down the track. And the breakout win going to the fabulous Paul Cochi. Breaking out by 0.4 of a second, but it was a lot less than Chuck Mendola did right next to him. Randy T, the Land Pro left lane. The Camaro this time down 583. The predicted dial-in time going up against TJ Mendola. We just saw his pappy Chuck Mendola go down. Now it's time for the kids' turn. 6:29. The predicted dial-in time for the Insinger right lane.
Doing a walk.
20 to a double 08. TJ has got the advantage. Down track, it's going to be TJ Mendola. Ends up taking 6 thou at the strike to be 10 thou off the dial. as Randy Teed ends up getting off the light and has nothing to do but watch the lap go down next to her. Little Willie Balzer, the Camaro in the Insinger right lane. 664, the guest on the glass, going to be trying to run away from the big bad wolf trucking machine in the Land Pro left lane. Tyler Rudolph dialed in with your quick time, 4:34. Double 0-1 for Willie as CJ is 9 thou behind. And down at the top end, little Willie's going to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. He was double 0-1 on the let go. Takes 20 at the stripe and giving it back over to Mr. Wolf. Scott Barron and Tim Kawaz. Tim's 564. The guys on the glass going to be chasing down Scott Barron. Little Scotty Barron in the Roadrunner. The Heartbreaker dialed in at a 659.
No box. We need you to 2 and 3. No box competitors for round number 3. Come on down to 2 and 3. Claude Parr, you're sitting on the wait and see by. Come on down to Tech Lane 11. Claude Parr. We need you guys in Tech Lane 11.
29 to a 20. Scotty Barron is ahead by 9 thousandths of a second. Tim Kawaz is trying to get there, but he's not gonna do it. As a Scott Barron going 20 dead 7, 27 total to lock out Tim Kawaz.
Chris does need a helmet on for his buy run, though.
Kevin Samard Jr., Little Cavi, dialed in at a 678. Going up against Pete Maduri Jr. Pete putting it on the rear bumper, 35 to a 28. And down track, it's going to be Pete Maduri playing the right foot flute, going dead 9 after being a little behind, taking 12 thou at the finish line.
Well, we have a little bit of fun with our man, Chris Van Ballen, week in and week out here at Empire Dragway. This weekend, he's not Chris Van Ballen. He is Lou Sanus. Lou is going to get a 6969 dial in just because we love him that much. And he was going to take the tree 3:33 too soon and be 57 seconds under his predicted dial in time. No box competitors, we're looking for you in 2 and 3. No box competitors, we're looking for you in 2 and 3.
Well, this quiet time is a perfect time to talk about all the people who spend a lot of money to get the Empire Outlaws here to the Empire Drag Strip. RJ Profab R&L Auto, Full Throttle Signs, Precision Cranksworks. That's right. We want to thank Don and Kathy Kiekel for everything they do here at the Drag Strip. Gunther Automotive, T&L Excavating, Morrow Auto Services, Phelps Family Racing, Andy Gregory. That was anonymous. You're not supposed to know it was Andy Gregory, but I don't think it was Andy Gregory. But we're going to thank Andy Gregory. We also want to thank Stobbs Automotive, Pete and Crystal Kerpier, Spencer Port Auto, Joe Morrow, Phelps Family Racing, Alan Pope Transmissions, Demore Construction. That's right, Matt and Nora Gregory. They own Demore Construction. John Bova, Manzella Properties, Quill Diesel Repair, Scarlata Racing, Scarlata, Chris Anfield. Chris out here at that absolutely gorgeous Chevy Nova 2. Bennett and Linden Racing, Billy Lieber, Jan Sun Motorsports, Resolution Racing, Thomas Fence Company, Superior Auto Care. Billy Lieber again. That's a man who's on here twice. You don't want to say it just as nice, but I'll say it again. Billy Lieber, John's Auto Service. Thank you, John Frank. Buffalo Tiki Tours. That's right, Mark Bartolotta. Mike knows how to get a party going, and he knows how to keep racing late into the night. Kaz Racing and Moe's Tire and Auto. And here we go into the next round of No Box Racing. The gas man, Chris Dugas, the Mopar in the Land Pro left lane. Going up against Zoe Von Sir, the S10 dialed in at a 660. Going to be trying to chase down Chris Dugas, who's going to be getting away first and trying to stay away, dialed in at a 705. Dugas stages the car. Zoe clicks on the bulb. 31 to a 51. 20 thou is the difference up front. Is it going to be the Mopar or is it going to be the Chevy? Down at the top end, Chris Dugas. 20 thou better, going dead to. How about that 32 total? Leaving Zoe Von Sir watching as she is mathematically ineligible. Tom Reed, Lynn Salisbury. Lynn's not a lady. The Danger Ranger over the Insinger right lane. 6:58 the quick time. Going to be chasing down Tom Reed. Tom dialed in at a 6:75. 009 for Tom Reed. Lynn Salisbury's 25 thou too soon on the let go. But Tom Reed, 9 thou away from perfect, goes 22 thou above the dial-in time and is coming back for the next round of racing. Ross Story and Pat Toomey. Pat going to go down to the final 2 cars in street as he has the bye into the final round. Ross Story, the Ford Mustang, 5:92. The predicted dial-in time for the Land Pro left lane. Toomey throws it right. 11th out too soon as Ross Story goes 24 too quick on the let go. But it's not about who does it worse. It's about who does it first. And Pat Toomey is only going to be moving on in the street class. Dave Stulak and Ken I. Malley. Killer Ken, the Turd Hurdler Chevelle, 596. Going to have a good advantage off the line compared to Dave Stulak. He was 186 up front and in trouble. The double breakout win going to Killer Ken I. Malley. Darrell Gilbert and John Little. Little in the Ford Mustang in the Insinger right lane. He got thrown out of the left lane. Darrell Gilbert, he goes 15 to Little's 41. And down track, it's going to be Darrell Gilbert, 15 going 3 above the dial-in. 34 thou taking 001 at the stripe to tighten it up against John Little. Amy Reed, the diamond in the rough Mopar, going up against Rowdy Reed Riggleton. Reed, one of the baddest off the bottom bulbs. 684, the guest on the glass, going to be trying to run away from Amy Reed. Amy going to try and chase him down in 660 feet. We are going to see who was closer. 10 to a 52 as Amy Reed absolutely smacks it. And down track, it's going to be all Amy Reed taking out one of the baddest, Reed Riggleton. Amy coming back for the next round of competition in no box. Colin Cahill and John Obraicha. 690, 660, the two predicted dial-in times. At Camaro, he's going to be getting away first, and Colin Cahill in the Land Pro left lane. He is going to try and chase him down, only boasting about a 0.3 of a second lead, which isn't much as that tree falls, but we are going to see who gets off the line first and who gets down to the finish line quicker. 79 to 160. Nobody really excited about getting off the line on that one. Cahill, though, he was better on the let go, going one above, stick a one on the back of it. The margin of victory, well, how about a London bus? 33 thousandths of a second as Cahill is coming back around.
Babylon, Ben Height, Land Pro left lane. 86 Camaro dialed in at a 630, hoping to get out in front and stay out in front of Mike DeMario. DeMario in Singer right lane, 606 is what he's got flipped on that flipper board. As we're in no box round number 3 of competition, these are the final 3 cars going down track for round number 3. 51 to a 22. Mike DeMario's got a 25,000 advantage. Top end, it's going to be Mike DeMario turning on the win light. Ben Height, trip zip 2 under the dial-in. Mike DeMario.
You said that. I'm like, what fucking screen are you watching?
Going to be running 2 above to turn on the win light.
Attention in the pit. Attention in the pit. Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Come on down to 11, 12, 9, and 10. Extreme to 11 and 12. Limited to 9 and 10. Extreme, Extreme, Extreme. Come on down to 11 and 12. Limited. We want you in lanes 9 and 10. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. We want to see you in the lanes as well. Top Dragster, come on down to lanes 8 and 9. Top Sportsman, we want to see you in lanes 6 and 7. Extreme, come on down to 11 and 12. We need Limited to 9 and 10. Top Dragster, come on down to 8 and 9 on the tower side. And Top Sportsman, come on down to lane 6 and 7 on the tower side. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. 550. 550. We want to see you tower side lanes 4 and 5. 550. We want to see you tower side lanes 4 and 5. Extreme Outlaw, Limited Outlaw. Come on down to the staging lanes 11, 12, 9, and 10. 550. We want you in lanes 4 and 5. Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, make your way on down to the staging lanes as well. And attention in the pits, grandstands, anybody with a set of ears. We are closing food and fuel in the next 30 minutes. Food and fuel will be closed in the next 30 minutes. If you're hungry, now's the time to get a snack, grab it for later, do what you got to do. But food and fuel will be closed in 30 minutes. And attention in the pits, 550. 550. Come on down to staging lanes 4 and 5 on the tower side. 550. 550. Come on down to staging lanes, tower side, lanes 4 and 5.
Steve Mills, I see your headphones fell down. Steve.
And here we go. The first round of eliminations. Late in the day, but it doesn't matter. We still got to put them down to the final 2 cars. Extreme Outlaw. The class without rules. Mo El Faki, the Copper Camel, Ian Singer, right lane. Blue Ganal in the Land Pro, left lane. Chevy versus Ford. I do believe they go by random chip draw. So there is no pairing based on reaction time, no pairing based on best run. But I can tell you, Blue has got some work to do. Mo knows how to get that Copper Camel from A to B. Boards are off. No time. The tree comes down. The drivers go down track, and one of them comes back. Mo El Faki. From here to there in no time flat. Absolutely beautiful pass from A to B. Blue Ganal, he ends up putting a little more rubber down on the starting line for the next guy. As we are down to the final 2 in Extreme Outlaw. Mike Bartolotta, the Buffalo Tiki Tours machine in the Land Pro left lane. The Camaro with the big block and the blower gonna try and take out Jim Bersani. Bersani in a Ford Mustang with the turbos. Is it gonna be all the power at once, or is it gonna be all the power as it comes in? Who has got a better 660 combination here at Empire Dragway? The reaction time's Bartolotta, and the win light goes to him too. As Mike Bartolotta lays down a beautiful lap. Extreme Outlaw figured out who's in the final, and we have Limited Outlaw to shake up and send down track. Mike Perea and Michael Kozolowski. Bunch of O's in there. Mopar, Insinger, right side. Perea, the Corvette and the Land Pro, left lane. Old-fashioned drag race. Green light comes on, get out of Dodge, and whoever gets there first is coming back. Both of them out past the 60-foot door-to-door drag race. And the light comes on the right side. The Corvette's on the trailer. And the Mopar is coming back. Advantage on the starting line to the Mopar, and down track, he kept it up. We're going to send down the rescue crew. Wayne Turner going to make sure that everything's copacetic down there at about the 660-foot mark.
Chris Kubiati and Ian Hill, your next two limited outlaw competitors.
Ian Hill, the black Camaro, over in the Insinger right lane. Pro stock style burnout. Open up the door. Try and get the smoke out. Got to see where you're going. Chris Kubiati. The later year Camaro in the Land Pro left lane. Ian Hill, Chris Kubiati. Chris Kubiati not throwing on the stage beam as Ian Hill gets to go ahead into the next round. Not sure if Chris thought the stage bulb was on his side or if he had a different game plan for that, but yeah, it didn't work in his favor. The timing tree timed out. Once your opponent stages and you're pre-staged, you have all of 10 seconds to get that car into the beams. And then the automatic red light comes on and it sends your opponent down track. Joe Zito getting the mechanical broke by into the next round of competition. Joe Zito, not a bad light off the hit as he goes A to B. Might as well be a bracket car more than an outlaw. Anthony Dyhurst of the Ford Mustang going to make a free pass here. Didn't have an opponent to race. It's non-mechanical buy. Nope, it is a competition buy run. All the way about the 290-foot mark, sets him down and continues straight down Broadway. Anthony in the Fox Body Ford Mustang making a beautiful lap from A to B. 550 in the staging lanes, getting ready to make their next lap out.
So that was Extreme and Limited Outlaw. Alyssa Ardillo. She's driving the Mills Racecraft Chevelle in the left lane. Going down track with the last rounds by Phil Scarlatta. The Scarlatta Racing Nova over there in the right lane. Justin just informed me the difference between these two cars was
I learned the difference just last week when Little B-Saw told me it. Apparently the Chevelle is a frame car and the Nova is a unibody car.
650, we're looking for you down in the staging lane. 650, we're looking for you down in the staging lanes. And that is a neat piece of information, Justin. I never knew that myself. Phil Scarlatta's going to get away first. 44 to Alyssa's 91 and top end. Phil Scarlatta's going to run 8 above to Alyssa's 6 above.